Ruby ワールドカンファレンス2024にご来場いただきまして誠にありがとうございます。できるだけ前列の方空いておりますので、前の方からお座りいただきますようお願い申し上げます。まもなく10時からオープニングセレモニーが開催されます。どうぞ皆様会場内にお入りいただきまして、前の方からお座りくださいませ。 ご来場の皆様にご案内いたします。まもなくオープニングセレモニーを開催。
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for waiting. The opening ceremony begins in a few minutes. Thank you.なんか外人たちもイヤフォンを使うとかいうそういう気は全然ない感じがしますよね。
つけてない。
それはそれで。
お待たせいたしました。
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for waiting, and thank you very much for attending RubyWorld Conference 2024, taking time out of your very busy schedule. Let me introduce myself. I am Miwa Ishihara. I'm going to serve as MC for today. RubyWorld Conference 2024 is the 16th of this outstanding series of the conference. Is held today and tomorrow here in the International Conference Center Kunibiki Messe, organized by Ruby World Conference Executive Committee, with the support and assistance of so many sponsorships and supports. And this year again we are running Ruby Week under the sense of values of Ruby, freedom, fun, and contribution to community. So this is going to be a 1-week campaign period. Ruby Week has 3 pillars: Ruby Biz Grand Prize, Ruby World Conference, and Ruby Prize. And including these 3 main events, we will be holding various kinds of events in the 1-week period. Please check for further details with the search word Ruby Week on the web. And this year, from today to June, the Friday, for a 3-day period, the TV tower of TSK San in Chuo TV station near this conference hall and Matsue Terusa commercial facility adjacent to JR Matsue Station will be lit up in ruby color at night. And now we would like to begin the opening ceremony. First, on behalf of the organizer, I invite Mr. Yukihiro Matsumoto, chairperson of the Ruby World Conference Executive Committee, to give us the opening remarks.
Good morning. Again, this year we're having this Ruby Week, and I really thank you for the participation. And I'm Yukihiro Matsumoto, chairperson of the executive committee of the Ruby Week. Well, there are many events going on at the same time, and many people, including people from the local areas, but also people from many places are gathered here. And so it keeps me very busy. But I will do my best for all of you. Also, some of the people were drinking until 2 o'clock in the morning. So I'm glad to hear that you have spent a lot of money for this area. So we have economic effect by that. And anyway, we welcome you for the 16th Ruby World Conference. And we are aiming to have this conference where you can really feel Ruby. So this is a Ruby conference that you can come on a business trip. Of course, there are many other conferences that mainly they are the kind of a hobby meeting for the engineers. But that's not just a thing. I think for those who are using Ruby for their job, I want to make a conference where you can learn how the Ruby is. And we have been conducting that for 16 years. And probably this is kind of a world record that we are continuously having this kind of conference. I hope that we will be listed in the Guinness next year. For people who are actually using Ruby and they're looking, this is going to be the place where you can see how the rubies are used in many places. And when I saw the Ruby Grand Prix yesterday, I think each people have different point of view. For example, somebody who go to a bookstore and you look at the computer technology place, there are so many books there. Maybe you can only find one book of Ruby. Nowadays, people don't buy so many books, so not so many publications are there. But people might think that Ruby is fading because you don't find any books. But when you come to this Ruby World Conference of today, or if you have been to the Ruby Grand Prix, most of the companies are saying that we want more Ruby engineers, and many companies are talking how much they're using Ruby. And so just by changing the place you are viewing, I think you can have the sense that if you study Ruby, maybe you can make a good income, or maybe this will make a very good business. So with these Ruby events, I think that many you can enjoy the way how enthusiastic and passion is here for the Ruby word. And if some of the participants will feel that they would become part of the Ruby word, I think that's a good thing. We would have many presenters, speakers today, including Andy. Well, tomorrow I will have a keynote speech, which might not be so important, but today I would like to have the exchanges with you who are gathered here today. And we want to experience or see the world where Ruby is creating the value. Thank you very much. Chairperson of Executive Committee, Mr. Matsumoto, thank you. Still, there are seats available, so for those who are standing, please take the seat. Now, following, on behalf of this hosting venue, Mr. Tatsuya Maruyama, the governor of the Shimane Prefecture, would like to give a few words.
皆様こんにちは。
Hello, everyone.
島根県知事の
This is
丸山
Governor
です。
Maruyama of Shimane
16回目
Prefecture.
を迎えます。
We are pleased to welcome you
Ruby
to
World
Shimane
Conference
for
を
the
今年もこうし
16th
て
Ruby World
皆
Conference
様を
this year.
島根にお迎えして開催することができました。全国各地から
I would like
お
to
集まりいた
express
だき
my
ました皆
sincere
様に
gratitude
心か
to
ら
all of
感
you
謝を
who
申し上げ
have
ますと
gathered
ともに
here from all over
心より
Japan
歓
and
迎を申し上げま
welcome
す。
you from the bottom of my heart.
コロナ禍を経まして
Having gone through the
世界的に
COVID
も
pandemic, the
さらにこの
IT
デジタル化
industry
が
has
急速
made
に
an
進む中で
even more remarkable
市
market
場規模の拡
expansion
大
and
や
technological
技術の進
advancement
展が目
and
覚ましい
has become an
IT 産業は
attractive place of employment
若者
for
にとって
young
魅力の
people
ある
all
雇
over
用
the
の場と
world
な
in
っ
the
ておりま
midst
す。
of the rapid growth progress of
島根県では
digitalization.
産学官連
Shimane
携の下で
Prefecture is making
IT 人
efforts
材
to
の
promote the
育成や
IT industry by
技術
supporting
開発に向け
efforts
た
to
取り
develop
組みを支
IT
援するなど
human resources and
IT 産業の
technology
振
through
興に
industry,
力を入れて取り組んでい
academia,
るところでありま
government
す。
collaboration.
また今や
Shimane
世界中で使われてお
Prefecture
ります
is
国産
also
の
home
プログラ
to
ミング言語
Mr.
Ruby
Yukihiro
の
Matsumoto,
開発
the
者である
developer of Ruby, a
松本
Japanese
幸宏さ
programming
んが
language
おら
now
れ
used around the world,
Ruby を
and
活用する
a
企業が集ま
growing
り
community of
そのコミュニティも
companies that
成長しているところ
utilize
であります。
Ruby.
このような
We are
他の
working to
県にない
expand
強みを生かし
businesses
て
utilizing Ruby
Ruby を活用
by
した
taking
ビジネス
advantage
の
of
拡
these
大にも
strengths that
取り組んでいる
other
ところであります。
prefectures do not have.
昨日は
The Ruby Grand
RubyWiz
Prix
グラン
was
プリが
held
開催されました。
yesterday.
新しい
It
サービ
was
ス
a
創出に
valuable
向けて
opportunity
チャレ
to
ンジされ
see
てい
the
る
further
企業の皆
potential
様が
Ruby as
Ruby の
companies
特
that
徴を生
are
かした
taking on the
ビジネス
challenge
の
of
事例
creating
を
new
披露
services,
され
presented
Ruby の
examples of
さらなる可
businesses
能性を感じる貴重な
utilizing
機会と
the
なりました。
Ruby's unique
本
characteristics.
日のカンファレンスにお
We
きまして
hope
も
that many Ruby engineers
多く
who
の
are
Ruby
attending
エンジニア
to
の
today's
方々に
conference
お
will
越しを
help
いた
to
だいており
create
ここから
new
世界に
business
向けて
that will
新しい価
create
値を創造す
new
るビジネスが
value
生まれる
for
こ
the
とを
world.
期待いたしております。このカンファレンス期
During
間
the
中を
conference,
Ruby Week とし
various
て
events will be
県
held
内
in
でさま
Shimane
ざまなイベン
Prefecture
トが開催されま
called the
す。
Ruby Week.
島根での
We hope that
Ruby へ
you'll
の
be
関
able
心
to
や活用を
experience the
一層
atmosphere of
盛り上げて
Ruby
まいります
Week,
ので
which will
ご来
further
場いただい
promote
ておりま
the
す皆
interest
様方にも
in and
その雰囲気を
utilization
肌
of
で
Ruby
感じていただきたいと
in
思っており
Shimane.
ます。結びに
In closing,
今回のカ
I
ン
would
ファレン
like
ス
to
が
conclude my
皆様
welcome
にとりまして
address by wishing
より
you
大きいも
all
の
a
となりま
great
すとともに
conference,
Ruby
the
の
further
さ
spread
らな
and
る
development
普及
of
発展
Ruby,
と
and
ご
the
参加の
continued
皆様の
success and
ますます
health
の
of all the
ご活躍、
participants.
ご健勝をご記念申し上げまして歓迎のご挨拶とさせていただきます。
Thank you.
皆様どうかよろしくお願いいたします。
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Governor Maria. Now, advisor to the Executive Committee, Mr. Akihito Uesada, Mayor of Matsue City, gives us a few remarks. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Uesada, Mayor of Matsue City, serving as an advisor to the Executive Committee of the conference. I'm delighted to be able to hold the 16th Ruby Conference in Matsue, and thank you very much for coming all the way to Matsue. I extend my hearty welcome to all of you. Ruby is a programming language, and as a language, it transcends national boundary. It's now a global language today. And last year, to the west coast of the United States, I was able to meet the recipients of the Ruby Prize, and also I visited Stanford University to discuss business matters with the president centered around Ruby. And also I went to Taiwan. I was not able to visit the Ruby conference in Taiwan, but I was able to meet with the Vice Prime Minister, and also was able to meet the recipient of Ruby Prize. And because of Mr. Matsumoto here in Shimane, I have been able to enjoy to see the expansion of such a lot of the personal network. As a strategy and on a planned basis, Matsue City would like to work hand in hand with Ruby community, and we hope that we'll be able to make contribution to the growth of Japan and to the world. I have prepared some slides, so please allow me to show you what is our plan, what is our strategy. In 2006, Matsue City began the Ruby City Matsue project, and there are important policy pillars. Human resource development, community support, and business attraction. Those are the three pillars we have working upon as Ruby City Matsue project. But in order to further enhance this project, in last year's conference for Ruby, we announced that we are going to upgrade this strategy and project. And in March this year, we announced the upgraded version, Ruby City Matsue 2.0. We have the slogan or a theme, Matsue, a city where the dreams take shape through the power of digital technology. Tech step jump. And in addition to the three pillars I mentioned earlier, we would like to establish a new pillar, commercialization support. On the right, you can see the Matsue entrepreneurship ecosystem. And here, we have the consortium that combines the government, the business, academia, and also financial institutions. We would like to not only just support the development of Ruby, but also to connect it to commercialization. And there are some local companies which are trying to advance to the world as a market. And Ruby has such a general applicability. And for the company to start up, this Ruby is one of the languages they would like to use. And also, through the application development for Ruby, there are companies which are trying to expand their business. And those are the areas where we would like to further support through this commercialization. And you can see our basic policies. And I believe that this is the most important. This is open-mindedness and communication, which are exemplified by the Ruby community, and we are committed to these spirits. For the past 18 years, Matsue City has been working with Ruby community, and as Mr. Matsumoto often says, we believe that it is important of having fun, taking on challenges together, and accepting new ways of thinking. And also warmth of the Ruby community, I think, has been the foundation that supported the Ruby's development, and open-mindedness. And this attitude is going to take a very important effect on Matsue City next year, if I may say this. As some of you may know, from autumn next year, NHK is going to air a morning TV drama series entitled Bakke Bakke. This is based upon the literary master Koizumi Yakumo and his wife Setsu, who lived in Matsue during the Meiji period. Yakumo was a person, a novelist full of insights, and he really advocated the importance of accepting diversity. In such a traditional old city in Matsue, he married a Japanese woman, and he wrote many books with the support from his wife. And those two people, Yakumo and his wife Setsu, are going to be featured in this morning drama series. And I believe that this is one in a lifetime opportunity for Shimane to take a great leap to Japan and to the world. And Ruby's open-mindedness, I believe, is really in agreement with the spirit shown by Yakumo and the people in Shimane and Matsue. And through Ruby Conference, I hope that you are going to make a new friendship and will be able to find a source of new business opportunities. We'll try our best to make this occasion a very fruitful and productive time for all of you. And Matsue would like to become a place where you can realize your dreams, and we believe that Ruby is essential for us to accomplish this promise. I sincerely hope that this two-day conference is going to be a very fulfilling one, and I hope that we'll be able to see you once again in Matsue City. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Uesada, Mayor of Matsue City. Now we would like to move on to Ruby sponsor session day 1, and as we set the stage for the next session, please give us a few minutes. Thank you.
お待たせいたしました。
Thank you very much for your patience. We're going to start a Ruby sponsor session, day 1. RubyWorld Conference 2024. Let's start with 2 presentations of Ruby sponsors. The first presentation is going to be held by Mr. Yutaka Hara, Network Applied Communication Laboratory. The title is NEAS meets Ruby. So, Mr. Hara, please. Good morning. I'm Hara, working at Network Applied Communication Laboratory. I would like to say something about the event first. Well, actually, up until 2022, we had just held a small Ruby Gaussian. That is going to start soon. That is a kind online contest with just own developed AI, and then the users should be older than 20 years old, and then students as well. And then the deadline of the application is the 25th, 2025. And then if you can be a winner, you can just achieve 100,000 yen as well. And I'd like to just skip the introduction of the company, and the company president just asked me to say something that should be interesting to you. So I was wondering what I could talk, and I decided to talk about the Ruby programs that is run on NEC. Here, this is NEC, the Nintendo Entertainment System, that is a home video game console. At the time, there was no Ruby and that kind of just programs, and everyone tried to develop the software for NEC in assembler. And is it possible to just create a Ruby program that can work on just NEC? NAS? Well, actually, it is quite difficult because NAS has only small memory. And then NEC just has a memory of only 2 kilobytes. And nowadays, the PC has a memory at least 16 gigabytes. And the Ruby has a lot of functionalities. And if you want to just start Ruby or boot Ruby, actually it would take 30 megabytes, and it is quite possible to run a Ruby program on NES. So for that kind of a small memory computer, there is something else available that is mRuby, a kind of our brother of Ruby. And mRuby, actually the grammar that is the same to Ruby, but it just to give up a lot of functionalities, but it can only small memory. And in terms of the difference of functionality, actually Ruby gems cannot be used. Instead of that, mRuby gems, that kind of library systems are available for this one, mRuby. And well, there is another just a reason that mRuby just use only small memory, and just ordinary Ruby just use .rb, read .rb directly for execution, but that is not the case for mRuby. And for mRuby, there must be some preparation using .mrbc command. And then as a result of that, .mrb files are output, and that is just put or executed on the system by mRB. And the .rb and the .mrb, what is the difference? The biggest difference is that .mrb files cannot be read by humans or human users, so because that is in a binary file format. And thanks to that, the file size is quite small. And the Ruby program that is converted into the VM instruction sequence, that is just put into the binary file of .mrb file. And then, so it is quite difficult to just use a Ruby source code directly. Here, this is the addition, calculation of addition. This is a method, just a reading or a loading. So that kind of just instructions or instruction sequences that is just there. But still, mRuby need to take 300 kilobyte, and that is still too much for NAS. So in this kind of situation, mRuby/C comes into play. mRuby/C, just to give up furthermore functionalities from mRuby, but just mRuby/C can run in 1 digit smaller storage than mRuby. So as a result of that, mRuby/C can be executed in a very small devices such as a microcomputer. The MRB file maybe just presented by just as to run a Ruby program on its NAS. Then we have developed language is used run the Ruby program on NES, but I do not have an NEC unit here physically, so I would like to do that virtually on my PC. First, 50 lines of a Ruby program. I would like to show that first here. And then that is compiled together with an NES Ruby. And then the .NES extension file that is created. And I want to just double click this. Here, the Ruby catcher. So I just developed this game. Here,
One of the most well-known Fediverse platforms are up at the top of this slide here. But there are other services like PeerTube for video sharing, PixelFed for sharing photos, Bookworm for reading. You remember them on my t-shirt from the previous slide. There's a lot of opportunity to build new things, and that's exciting. There's a new short video app that's just coming out called Loops. It's a little bit like TikTok, and that's going to be part of the movement to federate as well. This is where I have confused my friends helping with translation today by adding a slide, because this is brand new news today. There are existing networks opening up as well. In the last year, we've seen Threads starting to be part of the Fediverse. They launched, they said they're going to join the Fediverse, but up until this morning, and up until about 5 hours ago when I changed my slides, you could only follow Threads users from the Fediverse and not the other way around. You couldn't follow Fediverse users on Threads. So for the first time now, you can follow my Mastodon account if you're on Threads. That just happened today. That's 200 million new users that now have access to the Fediverse. This is really cool. And we've also seen other established platforms like Flipboard and WordPress join the Fediverse. There's Ghost as well, the blog and newsletter platform. They post regular updates as they build and add their features for federation. All of this is really cool. So I can write on my WordPress blog, it gets published on ActivityPub, I can post my photos on PixelFed, I can share my videos on YouTube, and I can post all of those directly and reshare them through my Mastodon account or any platform that supports ActivityPub. Now, one of the largest Mastodon communities is right here in Japan, and it's another reason why I'm particularly excited to come back here. This dates back to 2017, which was right after Mastodon was started. mstdn.jp was created in April 2017, and it went viral, saw a growth of tens of thousands of accounts within a few days, and it's been a catalyst for Mastodon's popularity here in Japan. If you look here, you can see that the mstdn.jp server is still the second largest Mastodon instance worldwide by numbers. That's both by overall registered users and by monthly active user count. So, and we also really want to say thank you to our friends here in Japan at Sujitech who operate that instance and for their generous support of Mastodon. And Mastodon is not only about those individual big instances. It's important for us to have a diverse community of different servers with their own rules and owners to accommodate many different interests and make it more resilient. Diversity makes the internet stronger, and it makes the web more interesting and exciting. And of course, Mastodon itself is only part of the Fediverse story. For example, I know that the Miski community is very popular here and active in Japan as well, and I can follow Miski users on Mastodon. I think the interest in Mastodon and the Fediverse here in Japan may be because they have values that are understood. Local community, respect for users, and data sovereignty. Building a decentralized social network like Mastodon has a unique set of challenges, both technical and social. And I want to spend a bit of time talking about those because we need to make an effort together to overcome them if we want to build a better system together. A centralized platform has one set of rules, one server architecture, one approach to moderation. And there's usually only one owner with one business model as well. So it's mostly easy to manage. It's just one single system. But it means that it can be difficult to fit well with local culture ought to support a wide range of opinions and views. And a central platform, of course, can also remove access or limit your ability to post at any time based on the owner's decisions. In a federated system, there is no central control. Every server and platform has its own rules and may run in an entirely different legal requirements in a different country. Mastodon and other ActivityPub servers are like this. They operate as a federation of independently hosted servers, or what we call instances. Each instance needs to handle its own data, user data, its own security, and its interactions with other servers. So there are technical challenges to hosting and scaling the data, and also the network connections. We need to agree the protocols for and technical standards as well. The Social Web Incubator Community Group at the W3C, and also the less formal Fediverse enhancement proposals at Social Hub are parts of this discussion for deciding on these interactions. There are also really important social challenges. The responsibility for content moderation and community standards belongs to the individual instances and their administrators. This could be great, this can be brilliant, because it means that communities set their own standards with a more localized experience. The challenge is that we also need to build really good moderation tools, and to build strong ways to collaborate between the instances, to communicate, to cooperate. Because, and I'm sure this is as common here in Japan as it is all over the world, people can be as complicated or more complicated than technology. So if you're interested in these topics, moderation and user safety, there is a non-profit organization called IFTAS, Independent Federated Trust and Safety, that is working on creating new tools, new communities, and education in this area around user safety and moderation. So it's an important thing for everyone to understand. This is the internet, and the internet connects our world. And this means that we must truly think globally. We need to enable people in different countries to use the social web in ways that make cultural sense. We need people from places such as Japan and other countries in this region to take part in the conversations about technology standards and user expectations. And this is difficult because there are language barriers between us and time zones. And it can be a bit scary when we feel less confident about how to communicate. I myself speak no Japanese except the very basics, and sometimes I get a bit scared. So I understand it can be tense to try to communicate. There's a lot of work to do, and a lot of tools to build, but there is a lot of opportunity to make the decentralized web, social web successful, and it makes, and also to make it as accessible to as many people as we want it to reach. And finally, this brings me to my final section. You'll be glad, because you're here at a Ruby conference. The role of developers, particularly Ruby developers, in building the social web. The Ruby community is global, just like the internet, and it's thriving, and that is very exciting, and it's empowering. My role as a developer advocate who works with developer communities, I have watched and seen how Ruby has grown a culture and reach that have enabled it to succeed. And here's the cool part. Ruby has been part of this story since as long as Mastodon has existed, because Mastodon is built using Ruby on Rails. And Mastodon is going strong. Mastodon is not the only ActivityPub service built with Ruby. For example, there is a new app called Manyfold. This is a 3D printing catalog app, and it's also built with Rails, and it federates. There's a Ruby gem called Federails that provides ActivityPub support to other apps, and I know that the author of Manyfold is contributing to Federails. If you look at the delightful Fediverse list of apps that you can find online, there are at least 20 references in there to Ruby, which I think is really cool. And of course, Ruby has its own Mastodon instance, ruby.social. I think some people have called it Matstodon, but I don't know whether that's stuck. Now, I am here to talk about Mastodon. Let me tell you a bit about the importance of Ruby to the Mastodon project. 6 months ago, we started this blog series that is monthly. It's kind of behind the scenes of our development team. And we call this Trunk and Tidbits. So it gives you, the blog posts give you a summary of what we've been working on, the changes we make each month, and the new things that we work on. Now, I help to write these blog posts, but I already told you that I don't write the Ruby code every day. So I talked to the rest of the team to get a good understanding of what we've been building and learning about Ruby recently. In the most recent release of Mastodon 4.3 that came out in October, we updated our dependencies. So when we do a new release, we support the supported Ruby versions, but we try to update our recommended version to the most recently released Ruby. So now, when you move to Ruby 4.3, we recommend our baseline of Ruby 3.3, which was current when we released. We saw significant improvements after updating to Ruby 3.3 and YJIT. When we upgraded our flagship instance, mastodon.social, from Ruby 3.2 with YJIT enabled to Ruby 3.3 also with YJIT, we saw a 15 to 20% improvement in response time and CPU usage. We really love these kinds of improvements in Ruby. It's free upgrade for us, right? And we're already planning to move to Ruby 3.4 in the future. Our back-end stack is a classic Rails app with Sidekick and with Postgres in a big monolith. The developers are happy with this. We serve more than 150,000 requests per minute at peak on mastodon.social with our 120 millisecond P90 response time. We process more than 200 million Sidekick jobs per day on 160 CPU cores. So I think that's quite impressive numbers from a scale perspective. By the way, as well as mastodon.social, we operate a second instance, mastodon.online. And we get the latest code from GitHub running on mastodon.social and mastodon.online as much as we can, so that we get new features to many users, and also to get a good idea of the performance and usability of those updates before we ship them as a release to other instances. We try to use modern Ruby constructs when we can. The Mastodon code base is pretty clean and well organized for such a large project. You heard Eugene earlier speak about it being consistent with Rails patterns. So we find this quite great, really, with the expressiveness of Ruby and the Rails patterns. It's a good combination. It makes it easy to prototype new features as we improve Mastodon. Now, as well as the overall Ruby runtime, we're also closely following the recent performance improvements in the JSON gem. Right now, we're using a third-party gem, OJ. I'm sure many of you have come across this. It's been valuable to us for many years, but with the recent performance improvements in the JSON gem, it's really at a level now with OJ, and we prefer to reduce our dependencies as much as possible. So it means we'll probably move to the JSON gem soon. And a lot of this great performance work originates from Shopify. So we're really grateful to their contributions to Ruby that we are benefiting from. Please, as a community, continue to make Ruby better like this. This is great. It makes it better for everyone. It helps everyone. There are a number of ways for you as developers, if you're interested, to get involved with the Mastodon project. The best place to start is our contributing document, which has a lot of information on how our small team works. There's 5 or 6 of us in total on the core team, and how we accept contributions from the developer community. Now, my role on the team, I'm the developer advocate, so my goal and my aim is to help developers to work with the Mastodon API to be successful building cool apps. Our team is around the world. I'm in the UK, we have people in Germany, France, America, other countries, but we might not always know how users in countries like Japan prefer to use a social network. So I strongly believe that it's really valuable to have a variety of apps that are tailored to local preferences. We know there are some great apps from here in Japan. There's one great one here, Sora SNS, on the iPhone, and the developer is here in Japan. So I want to finish my talk today with this message. It's not just about Mastodon. I'm here on behalf of Mastodon. This is not just about Mastodon. It's about you. It's about all of us. You Ruby developers have an opportunity to help to expand the Fediverse and the open social web. You've already done that. You've brought us Ruby. Ruby's brought us Mastodon. We've got a thriving social web. You can build new libraries, new apps, even whole new platforms. Go make some new things. The mayor said this morning, open-mindedness and communication enrich the community and give shape to dreams. Wonderful, wonderful statement. The website for RubyWorld describes Ruby Week as a campaign that expresses the values of freedom, fun, and contribution to the community. I love this. I love that description, freedom, fun, and contribution. This is great. This is what I am in technology and society for. This is what I'm interested in. It's not just about writing code. We, all of us here in the room today, are able to shape the future of the internet with our contributions to the community. We, all of us here in the room, need to tell the story of the web to our friends and our families. We need to opt where we can to support open platforms over closed algorithms. And we need to make sure that the future of the internet is decentralized, safe from efforts to subvert our freedoms. We have the power to build an internet that is open, free, and based on the values of community and trust that we care about. So I'm here today and asking you all to help us on the Mastodon team and friends of the Social Web Foundation to do that. Finally, again, Mastodon is a non-profit organization. We rely on donations to keep us going, so please support us if you can. It is more important than ever that there are financially stable, sustainable alternatives to legacy centralized platforms operated out of 1 or 2 specific countries. We appreciate all of you, and I want to thank the developer community here in Japan for everything you do to bring, and everything you do and everything that you bring to the free and open social web. And I have stickers to share with you all, little special RubyWorld Kawaii stickers to say thank you. So thank you, and enjoy RubyWorld.
ありがとうございました。
Thank you very much,
それで
Mr.
は
Papa.
せっかくの機会ですので
As this is a great occasion, so I'd like to open the floor for questions and comments. If you have a question, please raise your hand.
でしょうか。ご質問ある方。
Any questions? I see a hand. Please wait for the microphone to come to you.
Thank you for coming today. I'd like to ask you about the Fediverse. If you could develop an app using Ruby to be decentralized on the Fediverse that currently isn't there, what would you develop?
Thank you. This is a great question. What could I develop in Ruby for the Fediverse that isn't there right now? Well, let's talk a little bit very quickly about some of the different things that are covered. So we've got text, so we've got microblogs, blogs. We have video, PeerTube, Owncast, which is like a local streaming server. We've got some pictures, got some books. We've just started to see a 3D printing catalog. It's kind of difficult. Kind of pick a social network type thing that you might want. What would I like? I'm really excited. I use a 3D printer myself, so I'm excited about Manyfold. I think that's really cool. It's like a self-hosted version of Thingiverse that you can see people's updates on. So I like that, and I love that that's written in Ruby, actually, by a friend of mine, James Smith, in the UK. Maybe something to do with music as well. I think, like, there's Last.fm, which has been around for a long time, but it hasn't really developed. And there aren't that many things for sharing what you're listening to. Again, they're kind of closed platforms. Spotify, Apple Music, Amazon Music. There's probably some local ones here that I do not know. But I think it's a very social activity, sharing what you're listening to. I think there's lots of things, really. I think probably I would be interested in replacing Last.fm. Because I'm old school. I pay for a lot of old things. I pay for Flickr and I pay for Last.fm because I'm old and I like those things and they work. And I probably would like something more modern. So yeah, and I'm all in on the Fediverse. I try to do as much as I can on the Fediverse. So you can follow me now from Threads, which is really cool as well. Thank you.
Great answer. Thank you.
ありがとうございます。他にご質問ございます
Any
でしょ
other
うか。
questions?
では前の方にマイクをお願いいたします。
Please wait for the microphone to come to you.
Hello. Thank you very much for your talk. Andy Itogawa from Itogawa Software. Could you share some more ideas how we could try to motivate local governments in Japan and elsewhere to use Mastodon and the social web?
Thank you. That's a great question. How can we motivate local governments to use Mastodon and the social web? Well, I have a couple of blog posts. I have a friend, Stefan Bohacek, who's written also a website about the Fediverse platforms for government institutions. There are a few in Europe, so the EU itself has a social web platform which runs on Mastodon, and I think the German and French governments as well. And I think my perspective, for those of you that do not know me, my previous job was at a company that no longer exists called Twitter, and I'm really sad that it no longer exists. And one person is now making choices that are problematic to me, and I'm sure to many people. And I think that recent events have shown that that is a challenge. So having these platforms that you are putting all your data into, I know that quite often there is a belief that that is where the audience, where the people are, but that audience can be taken away from you instantly. If you run and host your own social platform, your own network, your own communications channels, you probably have your own email already for local government and government. It makes sense. to keep those channels open, to own those channels, to mean that anybody can talk to you over an open standard protocol like ActivityPub. Motivation is hard. There is not a lot of money in government, in local government, and people want to choose an option that will give them big reach for no money, less money. And I think that if we care about democracy, if we care about keeping those communications open and true and honest to our values, then we need to be taking those hard steps and trying to do that. I don't have an answer. I have stickers. But I can't, I think we just have to tell these stories and explain what's happening. I'm a big believer in education. But I'm happy to talk with people. If you've got people who are trying to make the choices, I'm happy to point them at good examples where this is working. I hope that helps a little bit.
Thank you very much.
ありがとうございます。それでは
Thank you very much.
他にもご質問、
Yes.
内の方の
Yes,
方
please.
手を挙げてくださ
Yes.
いましたので、
There is a person,
お願いいたしま
another
す。
person who's raising his hand.
Thank you for the talk.
Hi.
I'd like to ask, what do you think are the largest hurdles for non-tech savvy people to entering the Fediverse? And do you have upcoming plans or developments in Mastodon to address and help people overcome these non-tech savvy people entering the Fediverse?
Thank you. So the question is about how we can improve the Fediverse, the social web for non-tech savvy people, because probably all of us, or many of us in this room, are techies, right? We kind of get how stuff works. I kind of love that. It's difficult, though, trying to explain this stuff to my mom, She'd heard of Twitter. It was on the TV. She hasn't heard of Mastodon. I think one answer is things like Threads. So Threads is not Mastodon, and Threads is, you can say, well, Threads is Meta, and Meta is good or bad. It's big, and they've got a successful, large, easy-to-use platform. And if people on other parts of the social web don't like that, they can choose not to interact. So part of the answer is more of those mainstream platforms beginning to come along, like WordPress. Many people have got blogs or websites that run on WordPress, even if they don't know that they've got that. In Mastodon, we've made some changes. We've reduced the friction in choosing a server to sign up at the beginning. We've got a designer who helps us to try to make things look nicer. We've got a new feature in Mastodon at the moment just on mastodon.social, or one's running the very latest GitHub code. It's called Rapstodon. It's like Spotify year wrapped, or Spotify Unwrapped, or whatever they call it, where you can see like what your most popular things were. So we're trying to be a bit more fun. We've got a new iOS developer on the team now who's improving the iOS app. So definitely some user improvements. But I think there is a broader communication, a broader education, and I think that's partly what the Social Web Foundation wants to do, is really explaining that this is not much different to us having email addresses, and they may be in different domains, but we can still send an email from one person to another on different Hotmail and Gmail and wherever you might be. So that is one source of confusion, and I think that over time that hopefully will go away. Some other things we're doing in Mastodon, we're going to be adding quote posts. People have asked for that, so that will come to Mastodon in the future. And really, we spend a lot of time thinking about how we can make it easier to use. I think that we've got a really nice core team right now, and we are talking a lot more and discussing how we can take on contributions. But I think your question about non-techies, regular folks, learning new technologies, I think there's an element of hand-holding, helping people, showing people. and then trying to improve the features. But ultimately, I think it's about explaining to people that when they are in a platform like Instagram's a good example because Instagram doesn't federate. You know, you're always, and Instagram's got chat and shopping and video and all kind. Instagram used to be take a photo, share your photo, and now it's everything, out of order. Things not from my friends, you know, and I find that overwhelming. So I don't know, it's hard. I think just being patient and explaining to people, but hopefully it will become easier over time. Thank you.
ありがとうございます。他にございますでしょうか。あ、お願いします。前の方です。
Is there any other question? Yes, please.
Oh, thank you for the talk. My question is that with the Fediverse, I think that there will be different kinds of, like, well, if we call it censorship, or like some places accept certain kind of talk, but others won't accept it. How does that work with the Fediverse, since everything is connected?
Thank you. So with different political opinions, personal opinions, how do we deal with disagreements, how everything is connected? Well, partly it can be to do with finding communities that fit well for you. The Fediverse Activity Pub has some abilities to create blocks. This is part of a broader conversation about decentralized moderation, but it is possible to so-called defederate or remove the connection to a server or an instance where opinions are being expressed that are not acceptable. And that is a strong option. You as well personally have the ability to control what you see and which other users you interact with. And I think that is a very good way to manage these challenges. And we also have the problem, we have the challenge that many of these servers are run by individuals who do not have a background or a desire to manage these complicated opinions and these interactions. So the Fediverse has the capability. It's in ActivityPub. You can do blocks, you can do mutes, you can manage who you're talking to. And IFTAS, the organization I mentioned, has a platform that enables you as an administrator of an instance to find a good block list of bad servers that you do not want, you very likely will not want to interact with, or your users will very likely not find acceptable, that you can go and get from them. So again, as improvements are being made over time here. I said that I believe that diversity and difference is important, and it is. There are also situations where it is dangerous, and we need to make responsible choices in those cases. But the tools are there. I think we need to get better at educating and understanding as a society. Everybody needs to think about what we're doing and not just respond to clickbait and engagement bait, you know. But I think it's the ultimate answer to your question is to do with making choices about which servers are problematic that we wish to cut off, that we will block. And there are one or two in the Fediverse that are already, or that are notionally in the Fediverse because they use ActivityPub, but nobody talks to them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
ありがとうございます。他にございますか。こちらの列の方が手を挙げていらっしゃいます。
A question? Yes, there is another person who is raising his hand.
Nice to meet you. Thank you for the presentation. I have a question. So, social network, it's for content that people can produce. But now we have a problem that we have services that can produce content without people. So how you have this problem, and if you have, how you deal with it? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So, social networks are about content created by people, but we have services that can create content without people, so-called AI systems. How do we deal with this? And this is a problem. Eugene, who you saw on the video, is not a fan of AI. He's a photographer, he's a creator, he's creative. He prefers real stuff that is created by people. So he has quite a strong stance on this. But it's a problem. How do we detect? How do we know who is real? So there are multiple levels to your question. Verification, knowing that a person is a person, that is a problem. We have a system for this on the Fediverse using HTML links and own services, rel HTML, rel equals me, and you can get your link verified on your Mastodon profile, for example. So that can help, but I can still make that up and not be real. On our internal conversations just last night, just yesterday, I saw that one of our team was talking about how we can use the metadata that's tagged in some images when it's not from a real person. Some of the services now are adding into the EXIF data a tag to say this was machine generated, so we should try not to remove that. That doesn't solve the problem. I can still use an AI tool, ChatGPT, create something, post it. Yeah, I don't know. I think this is really hard. I myself, I'm a historian, I'm a techie, I'm fascinated by people. I have a problematic relationship with AI. I think it's very clever. I have a real problem with the ecological, environmental impact of it, and I worry that it has been trained on stolen content. I think that rules for servers saying we only want real people, some of them, there is a Mastodon instance called, I think, handmade.social, for example, which is kind of like an Etsy Mastodon instance, and they are very clear about identifying and connecting personally with the people signing up, so they know that they are people. But that doesn't scale very well. I think just choosing services, and the art servers on Mastodon in particular have, I think, had some challenges trying to identify real artists versus made-up art. One of my hobbies, one of my side things is that I make art using pen plotters, robots. Now there's a question, is this real art? Well, I've got a robot drawing my designs. Yes, but I designed the thing the robot is drawing. In fact, maybe I wrote code. Somebody here this morning gave me a sticker for, forgive me, I'm going to look this up, creative coding with Ruby, which is a very beautiful little sticker here. So I'm excited now to go and try doing some of that. Is that real? Yes, I've written it, I've coded it. I don't have a really good answer to your question. I think again, it's a society problem. I think we can do what we can to set rules for our services. People try to break rules all the time. People are difficult. Thank you.
ありがとうございます。他にございますでしょうか。
Thank you very much. Any other questions? No more questions?
はい、それでは質 質問は以上とさせていただき
So
ます。
that was
たく
all
さんのご質問あり
for
がとうご
the
ざいました。
questions. Thank you
また
so
その
much
一
for
つ
many
一つのご質問
questions.
に丁寧に
And
お答えいただきました。アン
Please
ディ・バイ
thank
ター様、
Mr.
今一度大きな
Andy
拍手をお送りしたいと
Geiger
思い
for
ます。あ
answering
りがとうご
each
ざいました。
questions. Please give him big hand.
以上をもちまして午前中のプログラムを
So this concludes the program for this morning session. And the afternoon from 13 o'clock we would start the ceremony award presenting ceremony. We have a card key of hotel which was lost. So if you think it is yours, please approach us.
で1階大展示場にお越しください。なお当会場内での飲食はできませんので、誠に恐れ入りますが1階大展示場にてご飲食お願いいたします。ゴミは大展示場
Enjoy your lunch in the first floor, and also don't forget to throw them in the garbage box. Also, we have the advertisement leaflets and pamphlets of our sponsors, so please take them. We also have booths of presentation of sponsor companies on the first floor. We will also have short presentation after this. AWA system will make the presentation from 12, and from 12:10, Agile company, and 12:30, Vital Lead Company and Liberty Fish Corporation. So if you are interested, please visit them. Also, we have Ruby Catcher on the first floor, so please enjoy that. And for those who need the receiver for simultaneous interpretation, please approach us. And don't forget to return them after the conference. If you have any problem with the receivers, please let us know.
料金の無料サービスを行っております。1階大展示場大展示場では電子機器の充電スペースも設けておりますので、どうぞご利用ください。 会場出入り口付近には協賛スポンサー様の広報物がございます。ご注意にお伝えください。まもなく午後のプログラムを開始いたします。ご着席の上、今しばらくお待ちください。ハンカチの落とし物が事務局前にございました。事務局でお預かりしております。
For waiting. Now we begin Ruby Prize 2024 award ceremony. Ruby Prize began in 2013 as the Rookie of the Year award for Ruby community to recognize the new talent in Ruby community for their contribution. And then it was replaced by individual award for Ruby community in 2020, and now nominations from all over the world are accepted, and upon selection by the Ruby Prize committee representing the Ruby Association, Japan Ruby Society, and Matsue City, awardees were chosen, and today we are here to announce the awardees and recognize their contributions in the ceremony. Now, the final nominees for Ruby Prize 2024 are invited to the stage. Mr. Tomoya Ishida, Ms. Shioi Misaki, Mr. Yuichiro Kaneko. 3 people. Please come to the stage. So I'd like to call upon Mr. Yukihiro Matsumoto, Chairman of the Ruby Prize Committee, to give us a few comments. So I should be here. Now Ruby Prize, upon consultation from Mr. Matsushita, when it comes to business and services, they are often given recognition, but individual engineers don't have opportunities to have a formal recognition in any way. So I propose the initiation of a Rookie of the Year award for Ruby community. But rookies seem to sound very new talents in the community. We could also think of engineers who have made many years of contribution, so we decided to replace this by individual award for Ruby community. So we have 3 final nominees, including them for the development of Ruby. Many people have a wish to contribute to them, and I wanted to select those people who could be role model for the Ruby developers because of their presence and their contributions and their enthusiasm as a developer, or a group of outstanding developers. We decided to select those people, and we are going to recognize their contribution by giving this award. Of course, this award is supported by Matsue City, and I sincerely hope that we will have many more individuals who will be a great contributor like the 3 people. Thank you very much, Mr. Matsumoto. Now, on behalf of Matsue City, I invite Mr. Akihito Uesada, a mayor of the city, to give us a few words. Again, this is Uesada, Matsue City Mayor. I thank you very much for attending this award ceremony. As Mr. Matsumoto mentioned a few minutes ago, Ruby community is a community of warm-hearted people, as I said in my opening speech. All the people are making a lot of contribution on a voluntary basis for the development of new functions and features. But I think we have depended upon too much on their work in 2013 to recognize this contribution by individuals, and also to further motivate all those involved in Ruby community for further development. We decided to install this award, and we have final nominees here on the stage. Mr. Tomoya Ishida, Ms. Mizuki Shioi, and Mr. Yuichiro Kaneko. All of them have produced exciting ideas, not only the enhancement of new features and functions, sharing the new ideas, and also being a good role model for the younger engineers. They have made a great contribution. As I mentioned at the outset, Matsue, to be a city where people's dream come true is a theme for Ruby community. To make a sustained development is one of the ways for Matsue City to become such a city. So through Ruby Prize recognition, I hope that many more people will come to know Ruby, and also Ruby community expands in the future in a good cycle. And last but not least, I'd like to thank Mr. Matsumoto and Ruby Association, Japan Ruby Society, and all other organizations and people for their very kind support for making this Ruby Prize possible this year again. Thank you very much and congratulations.
Thank you very much, Mayor Uesada. So I would like to present the three final nominees' performance at the Ruby Prize 2024. Mr. Ishida Tomoya, he showed up at the Ruby Ekagi 2024. The development of magical programs and making a lot of pull requests contributing the Ruby, actually that was recognized. And the next, Miss Misaki Shioi, Happy Eyeballs, that is merged into Ruby in order to just speed up the net address solution. And Mr. Yuichiro Kaneko, just like last year's nomination, he was recognized to take initiative in the evolution of just the passing in the past several years. And then I would like to just present the names of nominees of Ruby Prize 2024. And then one of the three final nominees, who is going to be the winner of Ruby Prize 2024, that is just presented by the Executive Committee Chair, Mr. Matsumoto. So, please. Yes, thank you very much for winning. And the Ruby Prize 2024, the final winner is Mr. Ishida Tomoya. Mr. Ishida, congratulations. So we are going to move to the ceremony to recognize the winner. And the first Ruby Prize 2024 awardee, Mr. Ishida, and then Miss just Shoi, and then Mr. Kaneko. We would like to just recognize these three people in this order. Ruby Prize 2024. Congratulations. And then there is some extra prize. A trophy, this is heavy. So, trophy, please just feel the weight of the trophy. We would like to have just a picture together. So there is extra prize as well on top of the level recognition and trophy, and Mayor Uesada is just to present the extra prize to the winner. 1 million yen. Thank you very much. So, Mr. Ishida, would you please give us some comment as the winner of Ruby Prize 2024? Well, thank you very much. I'm very happy to be recognized. So that's all. Thank you. Thank you very much. And next is Miss Misaki Shioi, one of the final nominees. Congratulations. And then extra prize by Mayor Uesada. $100,000 again. Congratulations. So, Ms. Shioi, could you give us some words? Well, thank you very much. Ruby Prize. Well, actually, it is an honor for me to be chosen as one of the final nominees for this special award, Ruby just a prize 2024. Actually, Ruby community. I could just have a hint for happy eyeballs from one of the members of the Ruby community, and in order to just develop furthermore, I could just enjoy a lot of support from many people and the Ruby community. That I'm a fan of the Ruby community, and with their help, I could be involved in the further evolution of the Ruby programming and Ruby 3.4 that is going to be released soon, but I would like to just keep or continue to do my best to make a contribution as much as possible. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your comments as well. And then another person, final nominee, Mr. Yuichiro Kaneko. So congratulations. So extra prize. And can we ask you some comment, Mr. Kaneko? Good afternoon. Well, thank you very much. And actually, just I was drinking up until 2 o'clock in the morning. And then here, this is a personal prize. And when I started the project, I was alone. But I've just come to recognize there are many supports and help available around us. So I'm just receiving this award as an individual, but I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the people who are just working with me. Thank you very much. So perhaps you can enjoy another round of his drink tonight as well. Well, congratulations. And then lastly, but never the least, we would to just have a special speech by the winner of the Ruby Prize 2024, Mr. Tomoya Ishida. So I would like to just request the other people step down from the stage. Ready?
しいでしょうか。
IRB 2024 is the theme of my presentation today. Please bear with me as I go through my talk. So IRB and Reline, I do maintaining, and also I work in Kotak, which is a silver sponsor, and I love writing such an interesting code, and I'm wearing this T-shirt printed with such a interesting code. What is IRB? This stands for Interactive Ruby, and this is how the code is written, and if when you press enter, that is executed instantaneously. And as you can see, you don't need to save the Ruby program in file. This is a place of trial and error because once code is written, it can be executed instantaneously. And this is one of the tools you are going to use for the first time when Ruby is installed. For instance, this could be used when someone begins Ruby for the first time, and this can be done in 20 minutes. So today, if you want to try Ruby, you can use it on browser without installing Ruby. And also, IRB also works in browser. And this is the achievement by Mr. Saito, who won the Ruby Prize 2022. Then where do we use IRB? That's for learning, for instance, trying a new functions of Ruby, or you might want to use the new library for the first time. Also, you can use it in business. Rails console is where IRB is used. And also, it can be used as slightly more sophisticated calculator in our daily use. For instance, which is a bigger e to the power of pi or pi to the power of e. And what is the character code for a? Was it 1, 4, 2, 3 or something? So IRB can be quite useful in your daily life. It can be used at any time, every day. So IRB, from 2019 and 2022, it made a very rapid progress. First, Reline, which is a multi-line input app, and this is thanks to the work by Ito Yanagi, who won the Ruby Prize 2019, and multi-line input became possible. And also through the work by Mr. Kokubun, who won the prize in 2018, syntax highlighting is now possible. And Ito Yanagi further implemented the auto completion function with the dialog display. And also documents can also be displayed, not just auto completion. So this is almost an editor. IRB is now almost an editor today. But regarding the auto completion, this is the function I love very much. What I like about it is that I can come across various methods with Ruby. For instance, various methods can be introduced. For instance, ABS2. Maybe you don't know this as a method. This is not very frequently used, but IRB auto completion function told me that there was such a method like ABS2. Also, what is beautiful about IRB is that in default conditions, you don't need to set anything, and it is very convenient. IRB doesn't require any knowledge. You can start using it right away. But IRB's auto-completion function, there are some dissatisfaction. For instance, completion accuracy is relatively poor, and poor performance, and too big the completion dialog, and the display format is often distorted. So some people say that although it works on a terminal, it's not easy to get the right function. And also some people say that IRB should be off in default status. So that was the situation in 2022, but from 2023, we have begun to work on IRB Reline as a team of 4 members, and we began to develop a common system, collaboration with the debugging, and the character and background colors are now made customizable, and we repaired many bugs. And also I really worked upon the improvement of auto completion functions to raise users satisfaction with auto function. So what I did is follows. That is, first is to improve display size, and three others. What I mean is that IRB within this display, it's impossible to display a menu that extends beyond the terminal window. That must be within the window. That means with the auto completion, the cursor positions goes up, and this really is intrusive and difficult to use. So in such a case, we can reduce the number of lines for dialogue for auto completion so that the cursor doesn't go up. But when the cursor doesn't go up so high, we can enlarge the dialogue display size. And second is the improvement of the screen formatting. And we produced many displays for debugging, and often the case certain lines are hidden behind the scene. Why does it happen? One key input, a single keystroke, can change the screen, the display very dramatically. Some dialogues are hidden, and some dialogue behind is hidden, or when such a dialogue is eliminated, then you can see what was behind the scene. So instead of implementing individually how to handle each of those many combinations of difficulties, the difference between before and after is automatically detected and redrawn with this improved auto completion function. So in this way, we could have to handle with so many different combinations, and this increases the room for bugs. But this can be eliminated, and the fewer bugs can be introduced into the system.
And then here, this is about the performance of autocomplete functions. And then, so what is the issue of the performance? For example, too many candidates. And why? The reason is that it seems to be difficult to just select the appropriate just autocomplete candidate. And then in order to just solve that issue, the system just try to just too many or many candidates, and sometimes that is at the sacrifice of the performance. So sometimes the system need to give up on just completing the list of candidates, but perhaps the system don't want to do that, and then one of the solution to do with this issue is the use of type information. And as I said before, an IRB may like editors, and an editor is quite convenient and useful. And then IRB that is becoming like an editor, so perhaps the editor like functions or functionality that should be there by just giving up some functionality of features, perhaps easier to move forward, but perhaps the system doesn't want to give up. So one solution is a use of type information. Actually, Kevin Newton, the last year's winner of Ruby Prize 2023, he was to prepare this kind of thing, new just a syntax tree of API, the new parsing, and then the parsing of incomplete coding as well, and then type information of RBS Ruby, and then the type checking libraries that is just being developed, so that is a kind of a background. And also IRB and the editor, I think they may be a little bit different in nature, so I would like to touch on that as well. And RB, well, perhaps multiple lines that is being entered, that is of the purpose that is subject to the parsing. So that is not exactly the just assessment of the entire program. And the local variables, and then that is an integer. So that kind of a runtime information may be able to be used. And then within RB, actually you can try to write different codes, and then unlike the editors are going to type static or safety code, you can write down this kind of a code, which it might possibly work. Here, this is a number, and then the character strings, and then this is to just read a method. And usually the method for either of them, the string or a number, that can be just read out. But in this particular case, even the code for only one of them, that can be just written down as well. And then lastly, I would like to just show something how it can run here. This is a kind of a code I'm just now writing it. And here, this particular part that is subject to parsing. So actually, end is not yet just really here, but that is just passed. And here, local variable and the integer. Actually, you can find this is array of integer, and that is a map method. And the map method, actually, in that case, a block parameter is an integer, and and s is a string. So as you see here, the local s, that is a string, and a string method that is just loaded or just called upon. And then here, this is a candidate static with s. Here, actually, this one is enabled as a default in Ruby 3.4. Then, IRB 2024. Well, actually, compared to 3.1, what is the difference? Well, I think it might be a little bit difficult to recognize the difference, although the color may be different, but actually there is a drastic change in content. And compared to the previous one, actually, you may recognize actually the display is quite stable, less just vulnerable to the breaking. And I think that is a matter, of course, because up until Ruby 3.1, well, IRB with a multiple line, just writable, and then others, actually there was some development. But after that, towards Ruby 3.4, the debugging functionalities and others, yes, there are some differences. But so far, what we try to do is just improve the kind of established path or established method. But I would like to just use the metaphor of this particular difference as a kind of a road. And here, this is uncharted mountains where no roads exist, and there is a pioneer who wants to just carve out new paths. And here, actually, there are some other people who would like to just improve and maintain the road within the mountain, something like reline features, and then type information feature. I think particularly the using of type information, that is just quite a good contribution. And using this kind of thing, that is a contribution as well. And then the just entering some unique, extraordinary, just instructions, that is one way you can make a contribution. And then sometimes you may realize that the this time the display breaks, but someday you just come to realize that it's just solved, and then in this order and that order, perhaps by using the actual just a program or the system. And why don't you please just recognize or try to recognize some errors or issues and report that and share that information with other people. So anyway, there are many things, and then so one thing or multiple things. So whatever it may be, if there is anything you can, why don't you just try to do that and make a contribution to the community. So that's all from me. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Ishida. So Ruby Prize 2024, the winner, Mr. Ishida, and the final nominees, Ms. Shioi and Mr. Kaneko. Why don't you please just give another big round of applause. Thank you very much. So thank you very much. That's all about the ceremony of Ruby Prize 2024. Thank you very much.
Now, after that, we would like to have the lecture by Ms. Koshiba, but before that, we would like to have a break. So the next lecture, we will start at 13:45, so 50 minutes break.
お待たせいたしました。
Thank you for waiting. Now we would like to move on to the next lecture. And the presentations that we are having today has been applied and has been selected by the program committee. And today, first, we're going to have the lecture by Ms. Koshiba Miyuki, who is working on a software development using Ruby, but also providing the workshops and lectures so by the so-called creative coding, where people from beginners to the experienced people can enjoy the programming. And today she's going to give us the lecture titled The Ruby Study by Creative Coding. Good afternoon. My name is Koshiba, and recently we are active as Chobishiba sometimes, and currently I'm working in a server-side engineer. I have been working as a software engineer for the past 20 years. And recently, in many ways, we are trying to solve the issues of money with our product, which is SmartBank B43. And the smartphone app uses Ruby for the backend. And we entered on the Ruby Biz Grand Prix this year, and we're going to do the engineer event in Tokyo, and we're going to talk about that in detail. So if you happen to be there, please visit us for this talk session that will be held in Tokyo on the 18th of December. And I'm doing my work on daily basis with Ruby, but today I'm going to talk something different from that. This is about the creative coding, which is a way to learn Ruby. And what is a creative coding? How can we utilize for the Ruby studies, and also what kind of workshops we can do? So I'm talking about these three things. Maybe you are not familiar with the word creative coding, and programming in a wide sense means all the creative actions, and in the narrow meaning it means visual work of art. And today I'm going to talk about this narrow meaning. And I brought the samples, which might be easier to understand, and you will see the Ruby code among the HTML tag using the ruby.wasm, and by using that we can make this kind of drawing, which is a hexagon and surrounded by circles. And I believe that this is a very wonderful, beautiful logo of Marx. So making a visual image is called the creative coding. What I have shown right now is made with Ruby and p5.js. For the processing, well, many types of language is prepared, and you can base many things, but basically it is made with Java basis. So I have to switch my mind because I use Ruby on my daily work. And by combining the Ruby syntax, we are making this specialized in drawing. Maybe it's not only myself that wants to do this job with the language you are used to, and many languages are used, JavaScript, Python, and Go, and I think you would like to choose someone that you're familiar with. Of course, many attempts were made with Ruby, and by putting together these three are the ones that works stably. And so let me introduce one by one. One is the one made by Tokujiro, which is a Ruby sketch and can be used in iPhone and iPad, and the gem is embedded in the processing to Ruby, and it is now more powerful. And RV Canvas P5. This is a web editor using opals from Ruby to JavaScript. It's been converted and combined with P5.RB. And this is P5RB made by Ongaeshi. This is also a web editor using the web RubyWasm. And the logo is also made using this system. And I will show you how the graphic is completed. So you first designate the area to draw and decide the width and height. And also you can decide which color to fill in and decide whether you use the frame lines, and this is how you can make the drawing. And again, you can also put a line around the circle. And you turn the vertex for 60 angles, and then this becomes a hexagon. And if you combine these together, this is a logo mark that you can make. And by putting all together small parts, you can make the drawing. What I have been showing is just a still image, but also possible to make interactive type of images. But also you can make the adjustment, and it's better to have a very quick way of drawing. But in Creative Code, taking time is not a bad thing. Even with a very simple image, you can make it yourself, and then you will find it a lot of fun. Now, how can this be connected to the learning of Ruby? For the creative coding, this is the basis of programming. Without using the variables you can draw, if you change the conditions, for example, with the functions, repetitive use, and also by the orders of which programs to run. And what if it's 100, what this is 10,000, by the number of the repetition, that makes a difference. And on the Java basis, you cannot have to set what are the initial numbers and so on. And if it's intuitive, it's easier for the beginners to understand. And this is the next sample. This is in April, the Rail Girls Tokyo 16th LTs was held, and we presented this idea in that event. This was a workshop for the beginners. Of course, you can make the work with your own class, and the small particles to put together becomes one object and give them the attributes to make them move. If you change the attributes, what would happen is something that you can test by changing the codes. And the basics of the programming is that, of course, you can run it by the command prompt, but the results will come up on the screen as a visual, so it is easier for you to feel what you are making. Of course, there are other ways of programming, and you can make the web application from that. But there are so many things that you have to prepare beforehand. But for the creative coding, the steps are very quick until you can enjoy the results. And by having the purpose, then you would check what you can do. So you will start to deepen your understanding and also change little by little on what you have to do. So it's going to be an independent work. What happens beyond that is that programming is not just a work. There are many aspects for the programming. For example, those who practice to sing does not necessarily become professional singer, and those who like to make the sweets does not necessarily become patissier. So just like that, programming can be one of the hobby for the people, where you can enjoy the programming and to make their life richer and made. So the proposal is to use programming for those purposes. And the program coding, how can we use for the Ruby study? There's one proposal for that. This is the definition of the workshop. Workshop is a type of the experience study with support from the facilitators. And the participants will actually move their hands, and so we don't call them students, and we don't call the facilitators a teacher. They just give the advice or help them. And for things that you cannot start just by yourself, if there's a support, you can make a challenge and also enjoy that. So it's good for the beginners to start something. In May this year, this is what I actually done. This was one program of a tech conference. And by conducting that, there is no need to establish the environment and to make the programming in an effective way. And the participants say that they could enjoy. In the community of creative coding, there are many workshops that are conducted. This is one that was conducted in August to make a media hazard. And I also participated in this. There were no restrictions. But after the workshop, in 2 places, the works were displayed as a projection work. So that was a good motivation for the participants. Also, there were workshops for children in December. Well, at the beginning, they were kind of scared, but then gradually they got used to that and tried to enjoy. And there were even questions as how can I continue this work even when I go home. So with these experiences, I try to think, can't we do that with Ruby community also, and to provide the experience to do the creative coding. And so what we need are facilitators, the content, and the venue. So about the way of what kind of contents we need, it should be something we have to think what the participants will feel after the workshop. Of course, we would like to fill in many aspects, but it is something that the participants does not know very well. So how can we lead them to do the creative works? So we see experience of drawing the images very easily and to experience the programming, and finally they can draw what they want to, and maybe to limit just on circles will lessen their efforts for making the algorithms. And next is about the facilitators. For the participants to do what they want to do, they need an advice. And sometimes when there's an error, somebody has to know how to solve that. But if we cannot avoid the errors, maybe they will avoid doing the programming before they get well understanding. So if there are many facilitators, that would be better. So it depends on how many facilitators we can have. Not only for the benefit for the participants, the facilitators will also benefit themselves, because when they want to explain to somebody, they will have to they will have to check by themselves as well. And we need a venue. Sometimes it's going to be a single event or maybe part of one conference event. And also there might be cases like Rails cars where we use the part of the office as an event space. In 2019 Ruby Kaigi, we used the part of the session to give the 70 minutes workshop, and so that they can participate in the workshop. And the time is limited, but if they can give and support, that will be assisting the study. Of course, there are benefits and demerits, but to understand what will be best, that will make a good event, and hope that people will enjoy Ruby and learn, and to make a good circle out of that. Well, I was given the actual opportunity in the Ruby meeting 12 that will be held in Tokyo next year. We are going to have the workshop for creative coding starting from 4 o'clock, and you can read the QR code to know the details for the participation. So putting together, the creative coding is to make the visual art work with the code, and how can we utilize that for the study of Ruby. And by doing the creative coding, we can experience the variety of Ruby. And the workshop is the best way to experience that. And the workshop will be the first step. And that was my proposal. So I would like to propose of experience the creative coding, and those who are interested would like to participate in the workshop. If you are interested, I hope that I can talk to you during the break.
小柴様、ありがとうございました。お時間の都合
Thank you very much. Due to time constraints, we will not be able to receive questions or comments from the floor. If you have any questions, please exchange your business cards with her and ask her questions or discussion on an individual basis. Please give Ms. Koshiba a big hand of applause. We would like to move on to the next presentation by Ms. Asuka Otani. During her presentation, please refrain from photograph taking, audio-visual recording, or posting of any images to media, including social media. Whenever she is ready, we would like to begin.
待たせいたしました。
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very your patience. We would like to begin the next presentation. If I may repeat, please refrain from a photograph taking or audio visual recording or the use or posting of any images to media, including social media. And you may live stream with hashtag. This is what she has permitted us to do. Now, Ms. Asuka Otani lives with her beloved 3 cats, and she is active as a freelance engineer specialized on Ruby on Rails. Her favorite method is array flatten. She's going to discuss on the theme of how have programmers who receive programming training, including Ruby training camps, grown in the last 15 years. Ms. Otani, please. Thank you very much. How have programmers who receive programming education with Ruby training camps grown in the last 15 years? I would like to rush through my presentation as I have so many slides. Hello. I am Otani. I have 3 cats at home, and I usually use ID Sakafukamaki on social media. My handle name is Kotatsu, so please call me Kotatsu or Otani, whichever you prefer. I love cats, going to the theater, reading, and watching movies. I was born and raised in Shimane Prefecture, so to be specific, I was born in around the former Hirata city. I was born in 1995, and half of my life has been with Ruby. Ruby was released globally in 1995, so I think this is a sort of association connection between Ruby and me. This is my academic background and education. You may read this academic background on the post on the slides on the Ruby's website. Today I would like to talk about my experience with program education at Matsue City 15 years ago, what kind of experience it was, whether it has influenced me to this date, and whether it has helped me in any way in my work. Since a few people know programming education 15 years ago, so I hope this will be helpful. At the end, I will conclude by summarizing what was important for me, but this may be a spoiler, but I'd like to say this had nothing to do with my academic background. Before we move, I must make one disclaimer. This presentation contains some vague information because my memory 15 years ago is now hazy. If anyone has more information about that time, please share it on your blog or other means at a later date. How have I come across Ruby? I was producing my individual web page, and I've been using Ruby for about 15 years, Rails 10 years. It was in 2010 that I first encountered Ruby. And it was Ruby 1.8, and 8.0 was released in around 2003. So based upon my memory, in around 2008, I was using Ruby 1.8.7 released in 2008. It is after I began to work that I learned Rails and version 4.2 December 2014, and it was right before Ruby 2.2 was officially released. This table compares the history of development of Ruby and Rails in my history. I was around 15 years old that I came to use Ruby for the first time, and Rails is probably 2.3. I got a job at age 19 and started using Ruby 2.2 and Rails 4.2.0. At the time I prepared this presentation, Ruby version was 3.3.6 and Rails version 8.0.0, and I am now 29 years old. It's been 10 years since I began working in society. So 15 years ago, what was the programming education like? Let me have a water. There were 2 types of programming education. I received Ruby Classroom and Ruby Camp. The organizers and duration of training were very different. Ruby Classroom was organized by Matsue City, Ruby Camp by Shimane Prefecture, and although Ruby Classroom was only about half a day, Ruby Camp was 1 night and 2 days. There were 3 things that Ruby class and Ruby camps had in common. Both started with learning about Ruby. It began with learning about puts hello world and difference between print and puts, and essentials of puts debugging. Also, the main content at the time was shooting game experience and expansion. It is different from the programming experience using small Ruby today. We learned how to start a game with Ruby main RB and played it on Windows and experienced how to change the object speed and the hit criteria ourselves. Mats also joined the training I wrote, but as I asked him just a few minutes ago, he joined the Ruby training only twice. Perhaps he was not there. He only attended Ruby camp and not the Ruby class. DX Ruby was used in the programming education. It was something like a library that allowed you to call Microsoft DirectX API from Ruby. In short, it was a library that made it easy to create games on Windows. In the Ruby classes and Ruby camps, a shooting game was implemented using DX Ruby. This compares a program education before and today. When it comes to small Ruby, you never have to face a black screen. And maybe I am wrong, but it is browser based. Please correct me if I was wrong. You can link with robots and you can do visual programming in your native language, Japanese, and very intuitive. In comparison, the experience of using DX Ruby starts with a black screen and what appears to be a mysterious memo pad. For children, it means the deciphering or learn from instructor what looked like in English or spells. And I attended the course for the first time when I was in a senior in a junior high school in Matsue City upon the suggestion from my father. And this conversation is something I fabricated and not really true. The junior high school Ruby class was held in an open source lab near the railway station. Supervised by instructors and assistants, students started a shooting game, expanded and replaced the object images with illustrations they had drawn in paint, and that was so fun. The black screen and editor was so cool. Just like the programming at the time, the manga-based dramas Bloody Monday or Detective School Q were on the air, and I was fascinated by the look of a black screen and the laptop. We wrote BASIC in junior high school technology class, and I remember writing a program to launch fireworks. And there were a lot of magic words I never understand, but I really enjoyed using Ruby because there were not many rules to follow. Then we learned Java in the training in the junior high school. Static void domain, I was not sure what it was, and in comparison to Java, Ruby was so easier to write with. And then Ruby class was so fun, and my father recommended me to go to Ruby camp, and I was so willing to go and applied for the participation. I grumbled at why I have to write this application form. I wanted my father to fill it out for me. But the Ruby camp was held at Sun Lake, Shimane Prefecture Youth Center in the former Hirata city. Like the Ruby class, we expanded a shooting game, but this time in teams. It was a team development project. The year I participated, JIT was considered too difficult for beginners. So in that year I participated, they gave up on using Git. And so we have to rewrite the code, but it was much faster than learning how to use Git. Then we went on a bus tour to visit companies in the prefecture and listen to the talks about people who worked in IT companies. And it was a very nice time that we talked till late at night with people from different ages. For a person like me who was very young, I really enjoyed, and I wanted to participate many more times in Ruby camp, although the participation was restricted to just once participation. I was so helped by the staff and assistants who come from IT companies and the prefecture, and also I enjoy talking and playing around with university students on the same team. since I already had some knowledge of DX Ruby expansions in my junior high school, I didn't have much problem, so I was able to enjoy the camp very much. And one of the adults who participated in the Ruby training camp became a very important person to me. And then 5 years passed. I got a job when I was 19 years old. It was 2024, and I joined Shimane Information Processing Center. And I think it's one of the sponsors for the conference. It was also developing Rail, and for the first time, I learned that Ruby was now 2.2, not 1.8. And the very first thing I was given is to do the survey on the use of Ruby, and strong parameters were increasing at the time. And during the break in the office, I decided to run the product we made at the Ruby camp, and that was opened in the GitHub of Shimane Prefecture, and take it out and began to run, but it didn't work. So it was default character set and so forth, and it was changed over to UTF-8. So I had to change the requires and so forth to make it run. Maybe only the older generations understand what I'm talking about. And then I joined Matsue RB community, and upon the recommendation by others, I also took part in Real Girl and also RubyWorld conference is the occasions I began to meet, and I was able to meet once again my key person in my life. It was in Ruby conference. I was able to meet someone who I knew, and he is now sitting over there. And I asked him whether he remembered me, and of course he said he doesn't remember me at all. He was very honest, but this person was very, very nice. But he said, maybe I helped you in the conference, so let's be friends again. And he introduced me to the people he knew in the conference, and he was able to expand my personal network. So he was really warm-hearted and welcoming. And sometimes people tell me that I have many friends, people I know, but maybe this is because of the assistance I gained from Mr. Igarashi, who introduced me to the people he knew. I decided to go to a city in order to join the company in Osaka City. That was introduced to me to some of the people I met during the conference. It was the pandemic period. I decided to go to the city, but I once again came back to Yonago during the pandemic, and I began to work as a freelancer, and also posted the job offers on Ruby community. And then someone who looked at my job search introduced me to Mr. Igarashi, and Mr. Igarashi told him that I was a very nice person, so I was able to get a job 3 years after the COVID. Many more events with the audience began to increase in the world, for instance, musical concerts and others, and I wanted to go to those places in Tokyo and Osaka, and the transportation cost was so high, and I decided to therefore move to Kanto, Tokyo area, where those events are held. So in summary, was the Ruby education in Shimane helpful for me? I wouldn't say they were directly helpful, but I remember the joy I felt when the code began to move, and I enjoyed writing code and really enjoyed trial and errors. And I was able to meet with Mr. Igarashi and many others in the same industry, and those are the people I met from the opportunities I had in the training programs. I don't know other languages, but for Rubies, they are all nice people. So I would like to keep these ties and value these ties. I'm getting longer, so I'd like to skip. We really need to value the encounter with people. Of course, I was helped very much by my parents, but also I was active in trying to make personal network. And I would like to really value my encounter with Mr. Shigarashi, and because of this, I was able to meet and come to many places as a speaker. So, in conclusion, there are no direct merits or benefits from the education I received when I was young, but there are so many benefits that you can gain. For instance, the personal network. And also, it might be nice for you to remember the names of people who helped you to create an opportunity to meet people has really indeed helped me. If you have an opportunity to meet other people, you will come to know many new things. You will come to know the library you never know, or textbooks you never learn. And also you are able to meet the role model you would like to be like in the future. So we should try to increase the many opportunities to meet people. I would like to become a person who can help others expand their personal network. I'm a junior high graduate, but I am still unable to work in society. But you can get various hints from my life. Whenever someone tried to ask me a question, I tried my best to answer in a sincere manner. And higher up often tell me that you do the same to others when they treat me with nice dinner. So I'd like to be someone who would try and help my younger people. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So she is welcome to answer any question you may have. So if you have any questions or discussion, please approach her on an individual basis offline. Thank you very much, and please give her a very big hand of applause. Thank you.
ありました。
Thank you very much. Next is perhaps changing it from cat to dog. So that means the next presentation is going to be given by Mr. Tetsuya Hirota, Docran. So please just give us a moment to set the stage for him.
お待たせいたしました。それでは
Thank you very much for waiting. Let's move on to the next presentation. So, Mr. Hirota is a CPO of the company named DAY1. And nowadays, perhaps life science database development and then also web application development for manufacturers. That is the main themes that he has been working on nowadays. And then sometimes he just provided a lecture for children on programming. And then he served as a lecture for a challenge program course as well. And today he's going to talk about the creation of a Ruby learning materials using a generative AI. So, Mr. Hirota, now the floor is yours. Good afternoon. My name is Hirota. It's very nice to meet you. Today, as Ishida-san said just now, I would like to just spend a minute to talk about creating a Ruby learning materials using generative AI. Since ChatGPT was released 2 years ago, it's become a significant trend. And using Gen AI during development has also become commonplace. And thanks to this, tedious coding tasks have become much easier. So today, I'll talk about what inspired me to create learning materials using Gen AI and how they can be developed. So let me just introduce myself. As Ishida-san said before, I serve as the CTO at a company named DAY1, and a life science-based database and others. Actually, I've been involved in the construction database and others, so genetic, that kind of data. And then also, I just involved in the database construction for manufacturers as well. And then also, I just serve a kind of a programming course for children as well as adult for 8 years, particularly in Matsunohara City. So I would like to just spend some time on the last part, volunteer part of this just a slide. And then just I've brought some novelties to this event. A leather cable tie, something like that. And that's some of them are just available on the back of this, in the back of this frame. And why don't you just help yourself? And at DAY1, perhaps you don't know what this company just does, but some life-related data business or something like that. So if you're interested in, why don't you just reach me later? And here, this is some additional information. I've chance to speak at this conference several times before, so I thought I'd summarize what I've talked about so far. In 2011, I gave a talk about Solaris. For those unfamiliar with the Solaris, it's one of the Unix operating systems. And discussion was about running umbrellas on it. And the next is about mRuby. And 2016 and 2017, I shared the story of studying the course I'll be discussing today. And in 2018, I spoke about developing a system for the manufacturing industry using Ruby. And the last year, I talked about parsing gigabyte-sized XML. Actually, this is my favorite talk, but that is what I talked last year. And then here, let's dive into the main topic. Since 2016, I've been running a programming course for children as a part of the lifelong learning programs in Matsunohara City. And actually, some materials are available in the public domain. And 2023 and beyond in Matsunohara City, actually there was some change in the course. So challenge programming, that is the name of the course. And then actually from 2016, we started this course as a parent-child program. Started about from 2023 challenge program that is only for children. And well, the hour of code. Well, actually, that may be the easiest way to start programming because the number of blocks that is quite small. Then from the second time, actually, we just asked them to pick up some books I'd selected beforehand, and then there is a kind of just a showcase presentation at the end of the year. And we couldn't do that in the COVID pandemic, but sometimes we put PCs and then ask visitors to just interact with the creations. And so far, around 30 participants have attended. Now, perhaps a total of 50 participants over years, but anyway, usually we have around 30 participants. And what kind of thing I wanted to do at the beginning of this programming course, actually Scratch, just using the just programming with the Scratch. That is what I wanted to do. And a small Ruby, using a small Ruby to bridge into Ruby program, that is another thing we wanted to do. Perhaps 1 year may be too short, but I hope that the participants would be able to do this kind of thing, but that didn't work successfully. At the present moment, Scratch-based unique programming, I think that could be achieved perhaps 5 out of 30 probably. I don't remember the exact number. But some participants just could just create a program using this kind of program, and then yes, sometimes one of them just become the winner of the contest in Shizuoka, and this is the last year's program. And then one small programming Koshi-en, and one of the participants just became the winner of that small Ruby programming Koshi in 2017. And then the more full-scale programming or Ruby program, actually none of these participants just start just tackling this kind of task, and JavaScript and Python, actually 4 of them were interested in this one. And then the Unity, one just tackled or started challenging Unity as well. That was good. And then why this kind of thing happened? I tried to do that. First of all, well, the just unique creation of a unique programming with the Scratch, actually the number of participants who could do that kind of thing, that is as we had expected. So we could just explore the potential student or student who would be able to do that. Yes, we could do that. And then bridging that to the Ruby programming, actually that was not so successful, because and the participants could do just almost all things they wanted to do with the block programming. So Ruby, full-scale Ruby programming, actually I have a lot of books on the Ruby programming, and then I offer this kind of books in the course as well. But visual programming or creative program, actually there is no good books. It's just who lead just the users to create that type of programming. So none of our students were interested in the Ruby programming. So that may be one of the reasons. And at the opening, Matsumoto-san said something. Actually, when you just visit bookstores, actually this is a Junkudo, a bookstore named Junkudo. And it's quite difficult to find Ruby books. And the Ruby, and here, only 2 shells. And the Python, all these books are just the Python books. So totally different situation. And then JavaScript and TypeScript, there are 2 shelves for that kind of books. And gaming or game programming and others, yes, Python and JavaScript, yes, many books are there in the shelves. But that is not true for Ruby. And also, here they are kind of beginners, so perhaps it is easier for them to just read books to learn something. And then I thought perhaps just offering books, that may be easier for them to start learning programs. So I always just wanted to just find good books, textbooks for them. But anyway, So I planned to do something, but not everything was accessible. But actually, over the time, the students just developed themselves. As I said before, one of the students was just challenging a unit as well. And I decided to just prepare advanced course, like just the principle of a project program, sorry, the principle of programming and more just a general, just knowledge about the programming. That was the kind of a motivation that I had at the beginning. And then at the time, I just had a hope it might have been a little bit too high. And then Ruby should be a part of that kind of a course, but still, I couldn't find a good materials or good textbooks. So I decided, why just don't I just start creating materials myself? And then I like to just share how I created my materials. And the first question I had was whether that is possible or not. And then, of course, I tried to do that alone. Well, that is impossible, quite close to impossible. But now we have Gen AI, and perhaps it should be helpful. Actually, I use Gemini in my business, so I decided to use Gemini for this particular purpose as well. And then just a link to the information source that is displayed or given by Gemini. So that means I can avoid the risk of hallucination. And then the newer one should be better. But I do not just have a direct comparison so far. And then perhaps the speed is about just 3 to 5 days per chapter. And the working time is about 2 years. And here is the more specific just procedures, content tables and content of chapters and sample codes, and then just modification or correction of code, and then the adding of just the figures. And here, this is a request I made to AI. I asked the AI to just come up with a curriculum. And then for that curriculum, what kind of table of content should be there? Actually, the AI just gave me the answer. Here, this is a result. A lot of things here. Well, I think this is close to impossible to do that, everything. So I decided to just pick up more interesting and more important items. And here, this is about the content for each chapter. And then here, this is the kind of content just returned from AI. And actually, just when I just give a quite a detailed prompt, then the AI would come up with this kind of just quite a detailed specific content. And the polymorphism, I asked the AI to just answer polymorphism. And here, this should be so good, but object-based just programming and others. When I just had that kind of a topic with AI, actually the situation is becoming worse and worse. And then just when I just asked the polymorphism here, this is the more specific, just a broken down content, and that may be more helpful or easier to understand. So polymorphism, so that may be a keyword. So what kind of a keyword you would use as a prompt? I think you may come up with different outcomes. And here, this is quite important. Sample code. Sometimes sample code is wrong. So that means you need to just test sample code. That is a must. And if there is an error, then you need to correct. So you have to just check the sample code, whether that can work as you expect or not. And then errors that need to be just corrected, and then at the time you can AI as well. However, this is not so much complicated. Just I do this manually. And then the adding images. At the present moment, it is quite difficult to draw or rendering using AI, and oftentimes I skip just adding a rendering or images, and sometimes I just try to find a good AI. to just return or give me quite a good hand or manual like or handwritten like hand drawing like images. And here this is some example and the summary. So it is possible or not actually you can do, and then if you are just a persistent and patient as well. Actually, I use Gemini personally, but perhaps you need to, or you can test different AIs. And then how many times do we have to just use? Perhaps 2 hours after work, and then one chapter, 3 to 5 days. And here, this is the procedures, the content and the table of content and the content for each chapter and the sample coding and the correction and the adding just imaging. I think it is quite possible. And then you can just create materials or books to some certain level. And then if just more and more people just try to create this kind of materials, I think that should be quite helpful for many people to learn programming. And then if you just create materials and then share them with other people on the website, I think that is very helpful and useful for others who are still just learning this kind of a program. So that's all. Thank you very much. And if you have any question to Hirota-san or Mr. Hirota, why don't you please just reach him later after this presentation. Thank you very much. So give him another round of applause. Thank you.
続きまして株式会社英和
Following from the AWA System Management, we would like to have Mr. Ito to give us a lecture. Please wait a while. This lecture will be given by Mr. Koichi Ito, who is working on the web application development using Ruby on Rails, with having the agile software development method in the background, and also doing the engineering management based on the practice and theory. And on the recent years, he is working as a developer of the core team of RubyCorp for the open source software development. Today, he is going to talking with the title Carving the Way to Ruby Engineering. Mr. Ito, please. Good afternoon. Thank you very much. Very good introduction, so I'm pleased. And today I would like to talk about recruiting and developing the human resource for the programming of Ruby. And we are mainly working on the Ruby's development with the System Agile company. We have the presentation downstairs. Well, there are many ways of working these days, and remote work for Kanto area, Fukui, Shiga, Wakayama, Shimane, Miyazaki, we are providing these remote works to make the Ruby agile, even with remote style. If you need some kind of service like that, please come to us. Well, for our company, there are many ways to enter our company. In the past, it was mainly new graduates or the mid-careers, but now we have about 30% hiring from schools who were also been doing in a different work before, like policemen and veterinarian or teachers or the chefs. So it's very interesting that they have many diversified backgrounds. So when I look at the Ruby conference definition, it says that how the Ruby will be penetrating and to grow, and so to aim for the promotion and the development of Ruby on the use of business. So when I read this definition, I try to think how will my talk fit here. For those who want to become the engineer, I think the school will be one way of the entrance. So where you study the Rubies and the basis of that, and once you have some kind of know-how, then you can enter the companies, and sometimes you can become a mentors or any other types of engineers, and to be part of the community. So there are various schools. Of course, we do have close ties with some of the company like Field Bootcamp, but I'm not going to talk something too much dependent on schools, but we have so much close ties that maybe I should be talking a lot about those schools. So one is a fractal community. So to know the overall community and the schools. And there are many things that are similar in between. When you talk about Rubyist, you can know that they are very Rubyist kind of people. When you want to study the programming language, there are people or community for certain language, good design, bad design, and also Ruby type of design. So within the Ruby, the good codes are resembling to each other. So those who think of good algorithm, and when Ruby comes the first thing in your mind, maybe that's a Rubyist. So for those who has the Ruby in their mind, in their brain, they try to think the way of Ruby. In the daily work also, this was Kagi on Rails case to do the application in the daily work. But then when it comes to the next step, it is important to think of the feeling of the engineers we do write codes, but I think in most of the cases we read codes rather than writing. We have to think what is the author's idea behind the code. It's just like reading the literature, and not only what you see on the eyes, but what kind of person has written that is something you will imagine from the codes that you're looking. And the Ruby, which is the entrance to this, to what you have learned at schools, I think Rails are very well made, like setting files are included, convention over configurations, and you have to be on the rail to just like getting on the car. So the schools and work development are kind of a seamless link in between the schools and the development. But schools part is very important. When we don't hire so many new graduates like the huge companies. So when you hire people, it has to be somebody who is specialized in training when it comes to large companies, but we don't have that. So the school is very important for us. As long as there are schools, we can see that it's a very good environment. Now, for those people who want to work in a company, starting from the schools, or when the companies want to take the students from the schools, I think the sponsors in the list is just part of that, and we have to think of the good matching between those schools and the place to work. In our case, in 2005, the Ruby is agile. Is something to make Matsumoto-san talk that way, and that was our belief. And among that event, Mr. Junichi Kobayashi, when he had the interview, he was asked, why are you sticking to Rubies and also to Agiles? When the question was given, he said that Agile's development starts from the idea that engineers are also human beings, and to be able to have fun working on that. So the work we do is like a group of these kinds of people getting together and working together. And if somebody like that will join us, we will be very happy. And when we try to think of the matching to what kind of people you want to work with and what kind of people you want to welcome in your organization, well, finding a place cannot be a gamble because it really decides your life. So to have somebody who can really trust, or maybe somebody you directly know will be better, but has to be somebody good. So recently we do reference check, but better than that, there should be somebody who you can really place a trust on them. So the Ruby community in the schools put together, and there's a person named Machida, and it's like a fortune teller saying that who is suitable for which company, and if this could be done, I think that's a good community. So that's how we come to this idea of hiring. We do have technical interviews, but we don't place great importance on whether they can solve the technical issues or not, because if maybe, for example, in the source comment, when I thought that somebody was taking notes, but actually making codes, it seems that maybe we are behind the time than those people, and not to have the generated code, but to understand the codes, and if they find a bug, they can repair that. And sometimes we do give complicated examples and try to see whether they can cope with that. And also in the conversation, we have to see what they place the importance on. From about 10 years ago, now we know that some of the jokers, Tagomori's levels, high level people are difficult to hire. But it is possible to develop the skill somebody to that level. So we have to think of how we're going to develop. And the engineer himself or herself will have to work on bringing up their level. And they need information suitable for them, and not to have a strong belief on that. Maybe they have to be flexible in the way of thinking. And also, people with various backgrounds will join the company, and so a starter kit kind of thing are necessary. From school, those people who join from school, already they have been graduated, but I think each one has diversified level of the knowledge, competency. Therefore, if we find the way to see is like a certifying examination, I think this is a very good way to see how much knowledge they had taken in systematically. And when they say they have the certification taken, and they feel satisfaction, this might be one good side effect. And so Ruby certified engineers and so on. And we can also use a mentor system, which is a one-on-one way of mentoring. Maybe just a line head is doing is not a good way, because what the people in the actual workplace are looking, what the line head is looking are different, because the people in the actual field will be having the discussion or meeting directly with those in need. So in this case, on the line, and not only the line head, but just like the drawer in the left, if it's necessary, you can add, and if you don't need it anymore, you can decrease the number of lines. And after they join the company and when they're allocated to the project, they will talk a lot with the project team members, but not with other members. So if there are occasions they have the exchanges traversing the different project teams, that might be good to maybe some kind of workshop group would be good. And you intentionally have to create those opportunities, because those who have just joined will not know where to go to have those connections. So within our company, these are the study sessions that we conduct, and you can choose the topics that you might be interested. But the most important thing is the actual workplace. In what kind of workplace this person should be allocated to show his best competency. And the information exchange with members show they use a daily report or different ways for the details. I sometimes give the lecture showing that even the well-experienced ones should give the daily reports. You can find it on the web. And the extreme programming is very well made, so I just picked that from there. Tools and methods will change many times, but not a big change. And so Rubies and Rails, many things are considered, but Ruby and Rubyists will be deeply make the evolution together to have a good link within the society. I think in 2007, this is the time the Rails have just come out. Where the time there was a risk whether use that technology or not. So Rails, we have to welcome them as a newcomer. But now 17 years have passed, so not just the stage of preparing, it is already part of the Ruby community. And how can we welcome them, and how can we prosper together? I think that's a stage that we're having today. And I have been talking about the talent development track. But anyway, the link between human beings are necessary and very important. And also within the Ruby community, we have to make a development in a good direction. And so that in the Ruby conference, that's the reason why I'm talking about that on this occasion. Since in the Ruby World Conference that was last year, I went to drink together with Sakata-san, and he encouraged me, and that's why I have this opportunity, and also the field boot camp. I hope that we would be having the close ties with you even more from today. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you so much, Ito-san. And for those who have questions to him, please have the opportunity to talk with him later, exchanging business cards. Thank you very much. Now we're going to have 30 minutes break. After that, we will have the Ruby Grand Prix speeches given by the companies that were given the award. And during this time, we are providing coffee in the first floor hall. Also, there are the advertisement leaflets at the entrance of the sponsoring companies. Also, displays of the sponsor companies. And there will be short presentations from 1510 from Company Sky, and from 1520 Ruby Business Promotion Association. So please visit them for the presentation that we held at the first floor. And this will be available until 1610. After that, we need to prepare for the reception, so we will have to ask you to leave the room of the first floor hall. And for those who need a simultaneous interpretation receivers, please ask the receptionist. And make sure to return the receivers when you go home. For those who are using the parking lot, we provide you the free parking ticket.
充電スペースを設けております。どうぞご利用ください。
And also you can charge your electronic equipments on the first floor.
まもなくプログラムを再開いたします。お席にお座りください。お待たせいたしました。
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for waiting. I would like to begin a speeches by the winners of Ruby's Biz Grand Prix 2024. Ruby Biz Grand Prix is the award given to companies and organizations and individuals in recognition of the new business services they created utilizing Ruby. And this began in 2015. Yesterday, we held the award ceremony for Ruby Biz Grand Prix 2024 in Matsue Terusa in Matsue City. And today we have 8 companies out of 9 winning companies here to give us speeches. First and foremost, the winner of Digital Communication Award, MOP Limited. We have Mr. Yuki Minami representing the winning company, MOP Inc. Please. Thank you very much. I am engineering manager Minamiya with MOP Inc. I thank you very much for giving us Digital Communication Award. We are so honored. The product is called Kuchikomi-kon. What kind of services? It is dealing with the review site information, and for review sites you may find various review sites online, and we centralize the information, analyze the information from the review sites to turn them into the sales. This is a platform for digital marketing tools, and the users are the companies and stores whose locations are shown in the Google Map and others. And those online store operators, their difficulty is that there are many review sites, and they have not been able to effectively use such information from reviews. By using Kuchikomi-kon service, such information on review sites can be updated, and also there are ways to collect and analyze such information, and AI would recommend your stores or shops, and this would improve the sales revenue on the part of the user stores. And there are many other functions of this service. and they are very well received by the users, and we have been able to increase the number of users. This is a product which is rapidly growing in the user base. Now, Kuchikomi-con service. Our company, IMAP, is developing and operating this product, Kuchikomi-con. For inbound tourists, we are targeting at the companies and local authorities who would like to increase the revenues from inbound tourists. And for such targets, we support the companies and local authorities. And the insights we gained from this service is culminated in this product, Kuchikomi-con. So I would like to speak more about this service for inbound tourists increase, but this is not occasion for me to do so. But if you are interested in increasing your revenues or interest from inbound tourists, please visit our site. And also we have a website for Honichi inbound.com. So, or you may approach me on an individual basis after this speech. And this company and our business are supported by Ruby on Rails and the Ruby community behind these products. We would like to continue to serve the development of Ruby. And in return for what we gained from Ruby community, we have been able to serve as a sponsor for the conference. And we also sponsor small-scale Ruby events in some local areas. We will continue to support Ruby in this manner. And I hope we'll be able to see you again on such occasions of Ruby events. And on that occasion, please approach me. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you very much. Once again, thank you very much for this award. Thank you very much, Mr. Minamiya. The next winner is the winner of Creative Award, the Audio Stock Limited. We have Mr. Masateru Yamaguchi representing the winning company, Audio Stock Inc. We were able to win the Creative Award, and I am Yamaguchi with Audio Stock Inc. Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to share with you what we offer as a product which won this Creative Award. The product we offer is called Audio Stock. That is a service nest. This is the music licensing service product, and music creators create sound effects or music titles, and we organize a platform that connect those creators and the buyers. Now over 30,000 groups of musicians or creators are registered, and over 900,000 pieces of sources of sound are registered, and it recently exceeded 1 million the sources of sound. We would like to increase this number registered on our service. We would like to expand our service coverage to the rest of the world. We've been working on such a service for 11 years, and of course we have added upgrades and improvements. But thanks to Ruby, we were able to add new features in a speedy and efficient manner. And we will continue to grow this product. And based upon this honor of receiving Creative Award, we would like to make a contribution to make the creative industry flourish. And if you are going to be a Rubyist, please utilize our service, Audio Stock, for your application. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Yamaguchi. We would like to move on. Also, the winner of a Creative Award, Rocka Inc. Representing the company, we have Mr. Masaki Komagata. Thank you very much for choosing us the winner of Creative Award. I am Komagata with Rocka Limited. About our services, I would like to brief. briefly introduce the award-winning service we provide. This is called Fueled Bootcamp. This is an online programming school we operate. This is a web-based e-learning tool, and that is used, and this is a school for people to learn themselves. There are three features. One is the fee system is a subscription model, and secondly, the curriculum is quite intensive and practical. And number three, all the mentors are professionals. About 130 Rubyists were born out of our service, and we have been assisted so much by Ruby and the Rubyists. We would like to educate more future Rubyists to return what we received from a Ruby community back to Ruby community. Thank you very much for choosing us as the awardee. Thank you very much, Mr. Komagata. Now, the winner of the special award, Ivory Inc., Mr. Yuri Horita, please. I am with Ivory Limited. I am Horita, engineering manager of the company. Thank you very much for giving us a special award. Briefly, let me introduce to you what we offer from Ivory Inc. As the name may suggest, the IVR is the basis of our product, interactive telephone service. Please push number 1 or number 2. Along with this guidance, the users are to press the button to give us the message, or you may use your voice, and that will be listened to by AI. And depending upon the questions, automatic response are given from the telephone, and the questions can be answered automatically. And such a IVR system can be constructed very easily and can be utilized quickly by any user. And on the part of the stores or shops, they don't need to handle any longer with the telephone call. And also on the part of the caller, they can telephone at any time, 24 hours a day. And also, I'm not good at answering or using telephones, but if I could use such an AI service, IVR, I feel more comfortable telephoning. And also, some people may say that they are able to complete their booking quickly if the AI answers. So such AI VR automatic response service can help people in many ways, which is very interesting. And our system uses LLM and other AI functions with the evolution of AI technology. There are many areas where Ivory and our system can help, and we are able to deliver such products and services quickly to the world with the help of Ruby and Ruby on Rail. And I would like to continue to support the Ruby community, which is contributing to the improvement and growth of Ruby and Ruby on Rail. And fortunately, our business is growing dramatically, and within our company, there are other high quality, good quality issues which can be worked upon. So Ruby engineers and many people we would like to hire as new employees or assistants. So we would like to speak with you if you are interested in working with us as an engineer. Thank you very much once again for giving us this special award. Thank you very much.
堀田様ありがとうございました。
Thank you very much, Mr. Horita. And next company who receive a special award that is a Smart HR, Mr. Ryoichi Saito. Yes, thank you very much for the introduction. My name is Saito. Thank you very much for giving us a special award. It is a great honor. And then, well, I would like to just spend a minute to introduce my company, Smart HR. here, this is HR to solve the labor-related social issues to just to help improve or better society. And the labor management and the HR, that may be the starting point. And the other product, generally speaking, there are two products, Smart HR, labor management, and talent management. They are the major product, two major products. But the labor management, perhaps a company have to do with a lot of documents, and that can be paperless by using this kind of application. And about the talent management, collecting information of talent and make assessment, and then create better just a working environment for them. And I had some talk with other companies, and then all these companies are just in shortage of Ruby engineers, and then we need to do something more to recruit more just engineers and retain them as long as possible, and create a better working environment for them. And then our company's tool is just help you to do that. And a Smart HR itself, that is just released in 2055. That means next year we are going to have our 10th anniversary. And the Japan Startup Award, actually, we were given that special award as well. So I believe that the reaction from the market may be quite good. And actually, the backend, everything is just developed with Ruby, and the full remote work that is just on an engineering side. So that means wherever you live in Japan, you can just do your work. And so if you have just idea to get involved in the Ruby program development and create a best program in the world, why don't you just join us? So that's all about the Smart HR. But I'd like to just thank just all the people who gave this award to us again, and then we would like to continue to do our best in a business. Thank you very much, Mr. Saito. And next, again, the receiver of a special award, the company's name is a Vital Lead, and then the representative is Mr. Masaki Moriyama. Well, my name is Moriyama. The company name is just a Vital Lead, and then we are located in Shimane. And here, actually, particularly remote areas, we would like to, well, we hope to just have a kind of a sustainable traveling system or transportation system. So Takuzo, that is a kind of just a joint taxis. So we would like to just create an environment of a win-win-win. That means that everybody can be happy with our service. So one of the features of the system is that we would like to just collect the passengers as much as possible. So that means sometimes we may be a little bit slower, but that should be okay. And then we would like to just collect passengers, even if we need to just switch or arrange the time to pick up. And actually, we are just expanding our business in different areas in Japan in order to just solve the transportation-related issues. We would like to just continue and expand our business. And I would like to take this opportunity to just people who have been supporting us. Next one is the special award that is given to a company named Itanji, and the representative is Mr. Shoma Ohara. Thank you very much. I'm Ohara, working at Itanji. I'm a CTO of this company. And well, it is a great honor for us to be given this award. And then just shortly, I would like to introduce our company, Itanji. Well, here, this is about the Itanji. And that is to just build a real estate infrastructure. And then the company was founded in 2012, and using technologies, we would like to make the real estate transaction as soon as possible using technology available. When you look at the real estate industry, that is a huge industry, but they are still behind in terms of the digitalization. If you just have experience of looking for a room, I think it should have been quite tough sometimes. But particularly the real estate or rental, just a business, we would like to support the companies and the customers in a full scale. Particularly the potential tenants, they can just use the electronic application, and then we have or we enjoy a 40% of a share of just electronic application. And by digitalization, the information, whether there is any just available or empty room or net, rooms or not, actually we can just provide that kind of information. And then there are many products related to this kind of real estate transaction. And for all these just program services, we use Ruby. And then just develop this kind of applications quickly and others. And actually Ruby's power, that is a key for us to be able to do that. And towards the future, perhaps our service would be further penetrating throughout the industry, and the Ruby is a key for us to do that successfully. And if you feel that you are quite interested in this kind of work, why don't you just come and join us? And our product, that means Itanji's product, there are many, including the subject of the product for this award, and then I couldn't find a good time to explain everything. But at the present moment, we have a team of 50 engineers, and so there are still many social issues. We would like to just solve them using Ruby technologies. And if you are interested in providing solutions, why don't you just reach me or any other person of our company, Itanji. So I would like to just close my speech by saying thank you very much again. Thank you very much, Mr. Ohara. And then grand just a special award that is given to another company named Tami and Mr. Takuya Onda. Well, thank you very much. Yeah, it is a great honor for me to just have this kind of special or grand award. I would like to spend a minute to talk about our company, particularly in relation with Ruby. So Tami, that is the service we offer. That is a kind of just a short time work, a kind of a slit, very short time and just work. For example, you have 3 hours tomorrow, and you would like to do some work to make money. So that is your sort of situation. On the other side, there may be a company who would like to just hire somebody just for 3 hours tomorrow. So this kind of just a demand and just supply, they are matched on our application. Particularly in December, oftentimes our businesses or our business entities just suffer a shortage of labor. And then actually many customers just use this kind of application. We just started this company 2018, so that means 6 years have passed. So this is a totally new just business or industry, and we are just enjoying the biggest share in the market. Although the market itself is still just small or immature. And the Ruby and the Ruby on Rails, that is the programming language we have been using from the start. So now we can just enjoy a very good business and share of the market thanks to the Ruby. And we would like to just return to this just contribution or the work of the benefit of the Ruby. And then also the Tami is becoming more just recognized and famous in Japan. And we would like to just make our product and services #1 well-recognized product and services in Japan. And lastly, but nevertheless, I would like to just thank all the people just for giving this opportunity and a special award to us. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much, Mr. Honda. So the Ruby Biz Grand Prix 2024, would you please just give us or give them another round of a big applause? Thank you very much. So that's all about Ruby Biz Grand Prix 2024 presentation, the awardee presentations. And then next, we are going to have lectures by Evil Merchants GK and Sampo Kokkanen. Sorry, the Evil Merchant GK, Mr. Sampo Kokkanen and Andrew Novikov. But we would like to have a 10-minute break before that, so we are going to start. Sorry.
まもなくプログラムを再開いたします。ご着席の上お待ちください。お待たせいたしました。
Thank you for waiting. Now we would like to move on to the next program. The lecture will be given by Mr. Sampo Kwokkanen, who is the executive officer of the Evil Martians Japan. And besides the management work, he is involved in Ruby project and contributing to the development of the Rubies in Japan. And Mr. Andrei Novikov has been using the Ruby on Rails for more than 10 years and developing many types of applications, currently living in Osaka. And he is working on the development and support of some Ruby gems and to provide a DX tool to the developers who are using the Rails. Now today, keeping it Ruby while your products need to have Ruby SDK is the title of the lecture. Now, please.
Thank you, and hello world, or hello Ruby world. That's a really bad joke, but I wanted to say it. Okay, today we are diving into why your product needs a Ruby SDK and why Ruby remains a powerful choice for so many of us in 2024 and beyond. I'm Sampo Kwokkanen from Evil Martians. I'm thrilled to be here today with my colleague and friend, Andrei Novikov. Thanks to Ruby, we have been able to afford not Lambos, but a K car and a 50cc scooter. So we have 710 cc's of power. Now, a word about Evil Martians. Evil Martians is a consultancy that transforms growth stage startups into unicorns, build developer tools, and create open source products. Evil Martians' headquarters are in New York, United States. But Evil Martians is also in Japan. We have an office in Osaka. Be sure to contact us if you happen to be in Osaka and are interested in Mars. There are many of us here all year round. So reach out, we are always happy to connect and talk Ruby. At Evil Martians, we are passionate about open source. We love to use it, and we also love to give back enhancement to the community. It's a win-win. Some open source products have even grown into commercial products like any cable or image proxy, still staying open source at their core. And today we will be using image proxy as an example of a non-Ruby open source product that has a robust Ruby SDK. It's almost the end of 2024, but Ruby is still going strong. Let's look at some of the reasons for it. This slide shows what makes Ruby special. There's Ruby Gems, with its ever-growing library of gems, and GitHub stats proving Ruby's strength in web development. For businesses, this means access to tried and tested solutions and dependable language that gets things done. The startup popularity of Ruby proves that with Ruby, it's possible to move fast. Ruby is a beautiful language that allows to write very concise code and develop fast. No surprise, it is our language of choice and has been for decades now. We love Ruby. But at the same time, many of our open source products at Evil Martians are written in Go. Performance, memory usage, and concurrency are things that weren't Ruby's strengths for a long time. And while Ruby is getting more performant with every release, sometimes it still might be worth to make that trade-off. As an example of a problem that is better to offload, let's take a look at handling of images uploaded by users. Many web apps have to get pictures from users. And of course, not only one needs to receive images, but also then display them back in various forms back to the user. And even now in year 2024, it is a bad idea to let browsers download original images just to show them in a list downsized to a little thumbnail. Someone may need to resize the pictures, crop them if aspect ratio differs from desired, maybe add watermarks. Also, you need to strip sensitive metadata, like GPS coordinates, etc., etc. And there's a kind of traditional way of doing it. You upload image to the server, store it, generate all required thumbnails, store them also, and finally serve them to the user. And this way is long and full of dangers. Preparing all variants takes time, background jobs can queue, and that means latency. Adding new images means having to process them prior to displaying. Does anyone ever clean up old unneeded variants? Maybe you have them even in your product. And oh yes, you need to install ImageMagick or libvips to your servers and containers too. And it's also a security risk, as you need to process images on your servers. So any script kit can do a denial of service by uploading a PNG bomb to your application server. But to be honest, even if we got to use this approach, it is not the only one. Do things have to be this way? No. What if we could just generate thumbnails on the fly? And there are such services. They're called image processing servers. All they do is taking away the burden of image processing from you and your application servers. As you can see, application server doesn't have to even pass images through itself. All it needs to know is the source image URL. All pains are gone then. It is much simpler. Throw away all the code made for image processing, all background jobs, and server provision recipes. Deploy a microservice from a single Docker image instead. Latency is gone. No more backed up queues. Craft URLs when you need them, browser makes a request, and gets it thumbnail mostly instantly. You want a new thumbnail variant? Just construct a new URL, request it, with different parameters, of course. Let's see it and cache it, and done. Removing old variants, you just run. Let the CD and cache expire. Care only for the originals. Security also isn't your headache anymore. Even if some malicious code would be executed, it will find itself in an empty Docker container. But which one to choose for a Ruby app? Should it be one written in the same language? But if it is a dedicated service, does it matter? Maybe it's better to choose one that is most easy to use for a Ruby app. What is the first thing a Ruby developer looks for when choosing which service to integrate with? And I think we all know the answer for that. It's a Ruby gem to add to the gem file. We always go looking for gems. So let me introduce you to Image Proxy. Image Proxy started its life at Evil Martians, but it's now an independent startup. It allows you to process your images on the fly without needing to do the dance of creating multiple versions of each uploaded image for different screen sizes. It uses modern libwibs library with specifically crafted processing pipeline to optimize for maximum throughput and minimal memory consumption. It is pretty popular already, used by many companies, big and small, established and new. And we recently learned that Blue Sky, a social app, also uses Image Proxy. Maybe in the future, it could be integrated with Mastodon too. And most importantly, it was initially made in a Ruby-centric company for a Ruby on Rails project. It has exceptional Ruby client library from day one. So there is a gem, even two of them. And now, for the more technical part of the talk, I'm going to give it to Andre.
Yeah, thank you. So now let's step back a little and deep dive into technical details and talk about what benefits making a Ruby gem will give to both you as a product developer, creator, and to your users. And of course, we will use Image Proxy Ruby gem as an example. So from the technical point of view, interaction with an image processing service is simple. All we need is just generate an URL. And this is a simple process, just 3 steps. We take original address of the original image file, URL encoded, and place it at the end of the result. Then we add processing options. What size should it be, bigger or smaller? What ratio, what filters to apply, maybe to dither it a bit, etc. And finally, we calculate a digital signature of both the options and the original URL, so no one can use our image processing power for their needs for free. And that's it. Crafting this URL is not hard. It's pretty simple. So simple, in fact, that code that doing it can be placed in one single slide for one use case, at least. So we take and encode the original URL, add processing options, calculate a digital signature, done. And for you, as author of the product, there will be a temptation to skip the whole package and a Ruby gem step and just provide this code to your users in a README maybe. As an example, dear user, please take this code, copy, paste it somewhere in your application, and call it a day. That's simple. But client library does not only provide an URL helper, in our case, it also provides convenience. Hide implementation details from user. They don't even need to know about how digital signature is formed. Also, client library can be easily updated and provide a convenient interface to configure itself. Even if it feels small, there's always a value into providing a conventional method of distribution to your users. And then you can go on a higher level, integrate with frameworks. And then if application is using framework built-in image handling, like active storage in Rails, you can hook into its URL generation, and this will allow to make migration to your product almost instant. Plug in, configure, and it just works. Feels like magic. And the users will appreciate it. Speed, simplicity, convenience of the client API, it won't go unnoticed. And if other services, your competitors, are ordinary ones, yours in comparison will be so good, people will want to scream of joy, like John, who wrote a whole blog post about his experience with image proxy. So the answer to the question about why keeping your product Ruby friendly is convenience and speed. If it's so easy to integrate the product into existing apps, it means that you almost certainly will get new customers and you happy customers of your product, and that's great. We'd like to reiterate that expressiveness of Ruby allows nice, natural integration of anything to a Ruby application. So keep your non-Ruby products to be Ruby friendly, and we will be happy to help you with that. And check out our Martian blog. We have a lot of interesting blog posts about Ruby Rails, front-end and design, and many other things, and many have been translated into Japanese too. And also check out our social accounts, including Mastodon. And thank you for your attention. ご清聴ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。質問につきましては、
Thank you very
時間
much.
の都合上
Since the time is limited, we will not have time for the question and answers, but please approach them directly and change business cards and ask questions. So again, please give big hands to both from Evil Martians. Thank you very much.
So next presentation is Mr. Yudai Takada with NPAT. Please give us a few minutes.
お待たせいたしました。
Thank you very much for your patience. We'd like to move on to the next presentation. The speaker is Mr. Yudai Takada. Upon graduation, he joined a contract software development firm and then he entered ANPAT. As a member of re-architecturing team, he is working on solving technical issues of large-scale Rails application and also a cross-departmental technical issues. He was born and raised in Osaka and a founding member of Kyobashi RB, a local Ruby community, and a chief organizer of Osaka Ruby Conference 04. As a committer of Llama, Ruby's parser generator, he is working on to improve the ease of maintenance of Ruby's parsers. Today he is going to discuss under the theme of parse why it's fun. So I'd like to speak about the fun of parse why. So on the net, I am called Waida on internet. And yesterday, I drank too much. Perhaps I hope I stayed to the end of the good time. And this is the final of the world tour. I was given opportunities to speak on many occasions, and today I am here in RubyWorld Conference 2024. In June next year, we are going to organize the Kansai Ruby Kaigi or Kansai Ruby Kaigi 2008, and we are going to have this conference as an upgraded version of Osaka Ruby Kaigi 04. Now, ANPAT is a Ruby sponsor for Ruby World Conference. ANPAT has a mission to make people who make other people happy. We provide a cloud-based construction project management service, and the product name is ANPAT. And from office to the construction sites, we are providing and developing products which make the workers happier. And from RubyWorld, we have many company employees participating, and we do have a booth here. I hope that you will come and visit us and interested in working with us. So this is the slide deck, and perhaps you would like to get access to the slides, but on X, I already shared the material, so please see my X. Now, the goal of today's talk is to learn about Ruby's parser and find a starting point for interpreting parse and learn how to enjoy parse why. As an introduction, first parse why and the surrounding mechanics or mechanism. Parser and Lexus, these two important areas. What do they do is the first thing I'd like to discuss. First, Lexus. Lexus analyze the string and break it down into the smallest meaningful units called tokens. So, in this method definition, this is broken into such tokens. And next, parser receives tokens string and check whether they are grammatically correct, and then create an AST. How do they do? This can be shown, and unfortunately, in the 3.4 branch, this is the default, but it is no longer this. So parser parse y needs to be specified, and then dump parse tree should be specified, and then you can see how AST is produced. Now, Lexa and parser, I hope you have understood already. So parse y and parser generator, what do they do? Parse y is here. This is a a grammar file, a file that defines the rules and symbols required to pass a Ruby program generate an AST. And Ruby 3.2 and earlier they used GNU Bison, and Llama parser generator is used for 3.3 and later. And Ruby's flexible and complex grammar is made possible by the powerful capabilities of parse-y and parser generator. So parse-y is Ruby, and Ruby is parse-y. So enjoyable Ruby means enjoyable parse-y. So this is a summary I have mentioned so far. Lexa is responsible for converting strings into tokens, and parser checks whether the token sequence is grammatically correct and create AST, and parse-y is the grammar file for the parser generator to create the parser. Now parse-y. In parse-y, it has grammar too, that is written in BNF, Buchs-Nauer form. What is the BNF? This is a meta-language used to define a context-free grammar developed by John Werner Buchs and Peter Nauer to define a grammar for a programming language, Algo 60. So this is a BNF for addition. I'd like to explain from the left. The left-hand side is the name of a production rule. On the right is the name of the expansion rule. And there are two kinds of symbols, terminal and non-terminal symbols. Terminal symbols, they are symbols which indicate no further expansion is possible. On the other hand, EXPR has number and EXPR, and this can be further expanded, and this is a non-terminal symbol. Then, how a grammar is analyzed. In analysis in the LR method, shift and reduce are the important operations, and using these basic operations, the parser analyzed the input. Shift, read the next token from the input and load it to the parser stack. And reduction is that when the sequence of tokens on the stack agrees with a certain grammatical rule, it is then replaced by one non-terminal symbol. So LR method, Bison Llama uses LR parser is output, and the LR parser reads from left to right, and the output is shown on the right. I cannot spend the time on this one, so let me move on. Then, how the analysis is done. So this is again the simple example of addition. The left the number is given to the right, and the right-hand side number is given. And here, this number plus number agrees with the grammar, so the reduction is performed. So it is changed into one non-terminal number. That's how a grammar is parsed. Then, in LL parser, how does it make AST? It goes in a bottom basis. This is in non-code. It is expressed in non-code, and while doing the shift from the leaf, AST is constructed. Shift and reduction alone cannot produce AST. So Bison Llama is necessary. The moment of reduction needs to be captured, and AST needs to be constructed. In order to produce AST, terminal and non-terminal numbers have to be accessed, and using that, the information must be given for the construction of AST. So accessing the value of non-terminal and terminal number symbols are necessary. Access is done in such a manner. $3 and $2 and $1 form a stack, and they can be referred to. And also, the construction is done from leaves. So passing the result of an action to a parent is necessary. So $, are used. There was no parent, so we added a parent. And number, $1 and $3, that's make the access possible, and then they are entered and passed on to a parent. And a parent, this sum is when there are 3 results is included and can be accessed as $1, and that is repeated, and then gradually one by one that is passed on to a parent. So that's the structure and grammar of parse Y. Parse Y is written using a BNF, and to analyze the grammar it uses shift and reduce to analyze the input, and the BNF is also a tree structure. It is suitable to create AST, and we need to create an AST within the action that is executed during reduction. Now, what are the key points to consider when interpreting? In order to navigate through programming, we need a map and compass. First, let me start with a map. This is a rough structure of a file, header and a type definition, and type definition of terminal and non-terminal symbols, and production rules and user definition. Let me go from top. A header section includes necessary headers for defined macros and defined data structures. And what about the type definition? It maintains creates a union that can hold various types of value usable during the parsing, and the terminal symbol use a % token and a % type by non-terminal, and the % type is used to tie non-terminal symbol and type information. Next, the production rule is what I mentioned. Use a BNF form to create AST. So here and here, those macro methods are used to create the BNF. User definition. User definition is the function for lexical analysis and also for the creation of AST. Now, compass. To understand where we are. First, usually it's not easy to read a parse Y. It's written in BNF, and the actions are written something like a C language. So to change the context isn't easy, and also this is not easy to read. So syntax highlighting may make this easier to read. But for Llama, it's used only in CLB, and syntax highlighting isn't available. So we created. I usually use a VS Code, so this is the syntax highlighting for Llama. So after syntax highlighting, there are ways to look at how the parsing is done. In order to do so, debug is used for execution, and then you can get to see how the parsing is done. This is an actual example. This is a recent example. When this is given, how is it interpreted, and how is it working? First, debug result should be viewed like this, and then it seems that there is a reduction operation, and that could be a good starting point. And then you can see the line information, and then you can understand what the production rule is used, and then you try to identify the node for AST, such as less body or less queue, or node assigned. And so that needs to be matched with AST to be prepared, and you can see how the AST is constructed. So we need to refer to definition while we follow production rule. So parse Y is designed to construct AST, so we need to refer to definition as required while following production rule. We should never try to read from the top. And so starting from the leaf node to routes, will be able to follow a non-terminal symbol which becomes apparent, so it's easier. So this is how to walk through pass Y. Pass Y is divided into header and the type definition, production rule, and user definition. And pass Y is easier to read if there is a syntax highlighting and so forth. Now, new notations. I'm really running out of time, so I'd like to be brief. First, this is a named reference. This is the Bison's function. This is how the replacement is made possible. $1 and $3 index was specified, but in this case, within the production rule, you can use the name for access. There are some ambiguities, and so sometimes it's not easy to identify only with the name of the symbol, but you can then set alias for each symbol to avoid ambiguities. Now, parameterizing rule. This is a function to provide a syntax sugar for a common patterns of the production rule of a grammar profile. What it offers is to make commons some frequent patterns in programming. You want to make a certain rule if there are some general patterns. And the only difference here is a non-terminal symbol, so you can extract the structure by using this function. And the rule definition is performed in such a manner, and $$ type is handed over. Then, in using the rule, you can rewrite in such a manner. So, you pass it on, and then a further expansion is carried out. Now, standard library. For Llama, it provides a collection of parameterizing rules, and there are 3 rules. And it is possible to use the alias of syntax, which are like the regular expression forms, and you don't need to start a new line, and it can be rewritten in such a manner. It's a pass Y, which is continue to evolve. And in summary, I'd like to stress that pass Y is something quite enjoyable. And in the 3.4 dev, Llama is changed from Prism, from a parser, which is generated from a pass Y. So a pass Y is no longer anything like the Devil's Castle or Hell. So I believe in the power of LR parser. I would like to continue to make development. I would like to make pass Y even more enjoyable. Thank you very much. And last but not least, for further details, please read this QR code, and please place a star on Llama. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, please exchange business cards with Mr. Takada later. He has put on a ruby-colored shirt. This is the company's T-shirt. It's in ruby color. Thank you. Please give him a big hand. Thank you.
続きまして株
Thank you. And we are going to have the next presentation that is given by Mr. Masahiro Tomita, Smart HR. And please just be patient. We are going to just get the stage ready for him.
それではこれより次の
So thank you very much. Let's have the next presentation. So Mr. Tomita, he lives in Nagano Prefecture, and he has history of 27 years of Ruby using it, and then also 3 years with the Rails, and he works at Smart HR, and then his just specialty is just emailing, and then the glitch letters. So, Mr. Tomita, please. Good afternoon. My name is Tomita. So let me introduce myself. Actually, here, this is my Twitter account, and you can just read my blog through this one. And I live in Nagano Prefecture. Actually, I came to just a Ruby conference 9 years ago, and my hobbies are Ruby and my SQL and mailing, and then the glitched text. And I work at Smart HR. Actually, we have a history of 27 using Ruby, actually from the previous century. I spent my half of my life writing Rubies, but the topic I'm going to talk about that is my pleasure. Actually, sometimes as a fun, we try to create something that is not so much useful using Ruby. This is a little bit old one, and that is my SQL Ruby. Actually, the Live My SQL client, that kind of a library is used to make the use of MySQL possible from Ruby. And then actually that is written in C, but I just came to dislike C writing anymore. And then I just remade just a program and everything that is Ruby, and then there is no compilation. And this is a Ruby MySQL2. Actually, I tried to just create a library that MySQL2 compatible API. I just created this one, but I don't use this one. And then there should be some compatibility, but I cannot use this in Rails. And gem MySQL2 that is in a code, so I cannot use this anymore. It may be possible to just change this particular code to make it possible, but I didn't do that. And then here, this is kind of fun. And the LSP router. Actually, I added this slide, and the LSP router. As a LSP server, I just wanted to combine Robocop LSP and Solar Graph, and then at the present moment, the LP server that is used only one as Emacs, and perhaps I cannot find anybody who uses Emacs at the present moment. And here mRuby. And actually, the mRuby that is used as an embedded language, not for hardware, but for software integration. And then here there's the postfix mRuby. Look at this kind of table. Sorry, look up table. You can write this kind of thing. And this is to just make the disconnect to the letter capital. And then I thought this might be fun, but I don't use this. And this is another one. This is the MySQL user definition function that can be written in Ruby, and this one. And mRuby and this and that, and then that can be run in MySQL. I thought this might be quite interesting, but I don't use this anymore. And then this is about Linux desktop environment. Key remapper. Actually, Emacs keybind. Actually, I wanted to use this one on the browser. Actually, I used this, but there is quite a much stronger, powerful key remapper that is available, named Xremapper. But I thought it was fun to create this kind of thing. This is a Linux desktop, and sometimes Windows are just overlapped, and I would like to just make the Windows semi-transparent. And I just tried to use Kubuntu, but actually the KWin didn't have this kind of function, so I created this one. And the Ruby is quite useful and handy. And then even if for personal use, the libraries for database and program ending and others, that is quite useful. But if you want to just create some tool on the browser, you may start with JavaScript and yes, that the transpiler is necessary. And Ruby has a transpiler that is named Opal for JavaScript, but nowadays just the Ruby has just Ruby .wasm, and then we can just use this one on browser. And I would like to just show some examples. And this is a recovery of just a garbled text. And you may think that I was just repeating the same topic again, but anyway, I would like to do something about this. Well, actually, I have 30 minutes for my lecture, so there should be plenty of time. Perhaps I need to reload the program. Well, I skip. Yeah, this way. So this is some example of recovering garbled text. So you can just recover this kind of thing. And you can just go the other way. That means a generation of garbled text. But I would like to connect to the server. Well, anyway, let's move on. So this is what I'm recovering of a garbled text. I wanted to do this kind of a thing before, but well, the JavaScript actually I don't have the table of character code conversion, so I gave up. But the Ruby has this kind of just a feature or functionality, so that is amazing. And next is MySQL parameters. Well, there may be some time, but probably I can't. It works? Yeah, this is a kind of a parameters and others, a kind of a version to version difference that is just handled. I just created this one as a practice of Vue.js, and then I just did that again using Ruby Wasp. And again, the icon is just going around and around. Well, I think perhaps there may be some just a slowing down of the net connection. Perhaps somebody is just watching YouTube or something. But anyway, I would like to use another connection. Perhaps it may be easier or smoother. No? Well, perhaps it's taking a quite long time to download the program. So I would like to skip. Next is a Rabbit on Firefox. Well, the Rabbit, perhaps you know this tool, and Matsumoto-san used this Rabbit tools as well. Just I'm inspired with this Rabbit. This one here, the Rabbit and the turtle, and this slide is created using Reveal.js, but that is to just draw the rabbit and a turtle. And also PDF and the speaker deck slide. When you just display this kind of a slide, you can run the bookmarklet and then show this kind of a rabbit. This is a PDF on Firefox, and you can just show this kind of a rabbit which is moving. And the rabbit is moving, but what happened to turtle? If you click this rabbit, then 1 minute for this particular slide, and then press the return key. Perhaps I need to reset. Here, now the turtle is just showing up on the screen. So speaker deck. I have opened the speaker deck, And this is the slide I created before, but now not working. And then bookmarklet. I tried to run bookmarklet here. Yes. And the slide on the speaker deck. And then by clicking this image, then 1 minute the turtle is moving around. And so this is something I created. And then next is how to use RubyWorld.
So first, within the HTML, you will have to read in the RubyWorld. And then after that, the script type. And then this becomes a Ruby, just like a JavaScript. It's so convenient and easy. So just like the JavaScript, the attribute is a source, so it is possible to read in as a separate file. And on the desktop on the Ruby, it is possible to debug. The Ruby will move, but all we can do is just output the characters on the browser's console. So we need to use a JavaScript function, and that is why there is a JS library, and so we have to use it. There is a thing wrapper to call out the JavaScript from Ruby, and with JS eval it is possible to run the JavaScript. But through the global, the JavaScript function can be read in. So here the eval, you will have to write the JavaScript, but I don't want to. So probably the other option will be better. And for the JS object is when you with a JavaScript. So if you put 1, 2, 3, it always comes back with JScript and comes back with the number. So if it's a character string, but here it is difficult to use, so we need to make an appropriate conversion with 2i or 2s. And also within the parentheses we put the property, and with a call we can call the functions on the JavaScript, or without using the call it is possible to do the method call. But we have to be careful that nulls or objects will all become nulls, and undefined will become the JS object. And the promise can also be used. And with the await method is available on the JS, so we use that. However, with a script tag, data with async has to be there. It's a JavaScript fetch function. If you decide a URL, the promise will be coming back as a response, and the promise will be returned. So if you say await the promise, this is what we actually get. And also the HTML elements are almost JavaScript when it's operated for create element, or if you set the attribute to make append child. And also you can set the event of the element on the global context. You can use the eval. So this is the Ruby global. The covets are being assessed as Ruby. Therefore, if there's a method on top, just click the button, then you will get the alert coming out. But this is not good enough, so I will not be using that on the script. So you would take out the button and click. The block itself will be implemented, so that might be better. For the require, this was a challenge here. Require to read the RV file from the file. So from Hoj RV, there is a Fuga RB where they will have the same thing to the RB that is read in by the script. It has on the server, but if they read from the script and it comes into the somewhere in the browser system, the Ruby Wasm lower system is where they will be placed. So to request a Hoge from Fuga, it was not possible to use. So Red Sun has been dealing with that to probably to bring in from the network with this long string and to add the patch so that the instant remote, there is a patch that enables to use that. So if we use that, then this is the effect that we get. So you're reading the Hoge RB and within the browser, and if we give the request requires the UR, it is being replaced by the URL, and then again this will bring in the Fuga RB, so it is possible to execute this, and this was very useful. This is something I made. JS library is a very thin wrapper, so it's difficult to use. Most of them will come back with a JS object, but we make the JSRB, so the return value not to be JS object but Ruby object, or 2 items and lengths. If you find those kinds of attributes or properties, to make it enumerable, and so that each can be used or new or undefined to make it a nil. So on the left, what we see is a JS within the Ruby, and the right hand side is JSRBs. It is using JSRB. Then also the method name, from camel to snake. It's not written here, but looks like a very much a Ruby kind of thing. And this is an easy example using the Ruby Wasm. Here, it is kept in local. Maybe I should use a local one. I want to show the demonstration, but it's a Ruby word, so this maybe we have to switch that. Doesn't work. So what we expect here is that I put the text red, then the input field will show FF000. So the HTML code, color code, will be displayed. So that's how I write. With the home color, they have 2 elements of input. We make those 2, and then to that, with a query selector, the Hoge colors elements are being acquired, and the name and code input to be predicted, and it is written down in the code by doing some kind of operation here. So that's how we can use it, but actually not operating right now. Maybe I will be running out of time if I try to do this here. So what is written in HTML can be acquired by query selectors, and also make a new element with create element, and those are the events. So by the way, do you know what is a custom element? I learned about that recently because I'm not very strong in the front end. So this is the Java. We have to be careful with JavaScript, not Ruby here, but we can make their unique element here with a hoge color, with a leaf. We added a hoge color element. If it's a JavaScript, the would succeed the system element and shows methods and others, and it is possible to initialize by doing that with attribute change callback. Among the elements, when the attributes change, this comes out. And then finally, with a custom define, the class tag name for the class will be designated. Then you can use a hoge color, but you will have to write these JavaScripts. So if I could do this with Ruby, that would be better. So it is good because even it's not static, can be used. So there are 3 already being prepared. So when the initialization is done, if you just select the selector, you can make it to a movie type, and that will be complicated. But in the case of custom element, the element itself are being defined. Therefore, even if you make the if you generate on the movie part, it will be very easy. Of course, I would love to if I could do that with Ruby. So right hand side is JavaScript, and then the Ruby is here on the other side, on the right hand side, and Java on the left. So this is what is made, and then change callback, and that makes the change in the attribute on this block, and ending with a custom element and make the tag. That's what I have tried. I did, but it's not operating very well. Actually, it should move, but it seems that the network is not working on right now. With the Ruby, the plus, when they are added or succeeded, we have to make the JavaScript that gives this kinds of movement. And for the JavaScript, what's inside is that with this constructor, when you are initializing the third class, and the moldy being with subclass new, the Ruby object that is made with that, the Ruby object itself cannot be stored in JavaScript, but there is a function to refer to that. So the object ID of the object that was made in the JavaScript instance, this, if you make a map for these two, and then the attribute change callback happens from the map to you take out this Ruby, and with a certificate and object ID, I thought this might work, and it worked actually. So it leads to my final slide. To work on the Ruby program as a hobby is a lot of fun. It doesn't matter if it's not a use for anyone. And sometimes we can do something JavaScript cannot do, although it is slower than JavaScript. If you are writing with Ruby front end, that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So I would like to just accept some questions from the floor. If you have any question, please raise your hand. Is there anybody? Yes, please. Please just wait for a microphone to come. Well, thank you very much for your presentation. I think, yes, it looks like a fun. It's amazing. And then about Ruby, Ruby using on browser, I think the debugging may be a challenge. So how would you like to just do with that? Yes, that is a kind of a challenge. That means you have to be patient. As you see here, well, if you care about that, then you will be a loser. So that means a printed debug, or there is no, just you cannot do the breakpoint. So perhaps wasn't the Ruby wasn't something. Perhaps there might be a solution, but I don't know. Well, thank you very much. And there is another person who is raising a hand.
Thank you for the presentation. As far as I know, what about the C extension, or if it's dependent on the external library and doesn't move, am I correct? And then if we are to use a browser function instead for the use of API to the JavaScript library for the Ruby, and to use browsers for that. So how can, what kind of libraries can you use in what way? Well, for gems, for example, that are written with C, is a way that I have just presented will not work. But there are ways to work on that. In the Ruby WASM, if you have a file system, virtual file system, so when you make the Ruby word, you can compile and embed it inside. So that means you can compile with C, that you can embed C. Yes, I believe so. It is possible. Probably. If somebody knows better, let me know. And the JavaScript that the browsers provides. For example, WebCrypt API, that can be used for JavaScript. It is possible to use it with Ruby. What about the browser function? I'm not sure which API you're talking about, because I'm not very strong in the front end. But if it's possible with JavaScript, maybe it is possible. So you're talking about extension of browser? Well, something to write the extension, the API that the browsers provides, whether it is possible. My feeling is that probably it is possible. If it's browser extension, maybe not possible to do that, because I don't know if there's enough room for RubyWorld to be inside. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Perhaps we can just accept one more question as the last one. Nobody? No? Then, well, perhaps the last slide you show some just icon of a cat which is dancing. Do you have a name for this cat? Well, that is a Neko-chan emoji, the catty emoji. So that is emoji. Well, I would like to just open this slide deck later, so why don't you just click this one? Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Tomita. Why don't you just make another clap to him? Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much. And we are going to have the next presentation that is given by Mr. Masatoshi Seki, Canon Medical Assistant. But here we would like to have a break, about 10 minutes break. And the next presentation is going to start at 5:35. Thank you.
お待たせいたしました。それ
Thank you for waiting. Now I'd like to begin the next lecture. The speaker is Mr. Masatoshi Seki. He's a programmer and Ruby committer, and also he is well known for as he made ERB, Ruby, and Linda. His areas of interest include object orientation, distributed system, and extreme programming. He has lectured in every Ruby Kaigi since 2006, and his literature includes the Ruby book and 97 things programmers should know. Today, he is going to discuss handling DICOM character sets with Ruby, reading ISO IEC 2022 multi-character sets. Now, Mr. Seki, you have the floor, sir. Thank you very much. I'd like to talk about handling DICOM character sets with Ruby. If you could pay me the transportation cost, I'll be very happy because I'm here not representing the company. I am Seki. I'm a committer and I wrote the Ruby, ERB, and Linda. I came here from Tochigi yesterday, and this is my second time at RubyWorld conference. I joined the Tochigi Ruby study group, a community called To Ruby, and also I am a prefecture representative for 2010 WCS Pokemon card, and this is the CT image of my gallstone. I had this taken during the medical examination at a hospital and had it printed onto DVD. So today I'm talking about such medical imaging. So DICOM is what I'm going to talk about. DICOM is a protocol and imaging standard for the exchange of medical images. It is used all around the world and needs to handle languages and character sets of many countries of the world. For this, it uses a system called ISO IEC 2022. I would like to make this long name short, 2022. Today, I will briefly introduce DICOM and 2022 and explain how to read DICOM strings in Ruby. I'm going to talk about 80% introduction to the standard and 20% code, so please bear with me as I go through. So first, what is DICOM? This is a standard for exchanging medical images. When you have a CT or MRI scan done at the hospital, if you ask for it, you can have them printed on to the DVD, and this DICOM is used for that purpose. It is also used inside the hospital for exam reservation making and accounting system between systems and devices. Therefore, interoperability and compatibility are very important. It seems that efforts are made to maintain compatibility between manufacturers, systems, and generations. DICOM from a programmer's point of view. It has 40 years of history, long before people had access to the internet. This was around 1983-1985 when JUNET was connected to Usenet. There was no web, no HTML, and no Unicode. The key point is that this technology had such a long-standing history. And a DICOM document is a list of binary encoded attributes. And do you know what an attributes list is? It's like a JSON or a plist, and it's like a JSON that is not a string. It is easy to add attributes and is extensible. And this may be why it has survived for 40 years. Attribute keys are pairs of two integers, not strings. And they must be sorted in ascending order, making them easy to search. And basically, you can read them in order from the beginning. And parsing is not difficult. It took about only 150 lines to convert DICOM to hash. And there are details optimizations such as alignment and endian selection. And this is able to handle various character sets. Then what is the attributes? This is one of the main attributes that are stored in an image, 5 of 8. This is the declaration of the character sets used in this document, 5 and 8. In Ruby, it's like a magic comments of coding. And 10 of 10 This is the patient's name. That's a pretty likely piece of information you would find, and this is expressed according to the 5 of the 8 character sets, and 20 or 32 indicates the position of an image in the image, and it indicates where this image is located in the coordinate system of human body coordinates. If you write it in Ruby, it looks like this, an array of attributes. And values are expressed differently depending on the attribute. And I'd like to go through the process to encode it. The first step is to arrange the columns of date that represents the attributes. First, make the tag a set of 16-bit integers. Next, write the VR, which indicates how the value is expressed, and this is CS, and it is an 8-bit integer of 2 bytes, and in this example it is CS. And CS is a code string, a string of 16 characters or less, consisting of alphanumeric characters, underscores, and spaces. Next, the number of bytes of the value as a 16-bit or 32-bit integer. The possible values vary depending upon the VR. The last part is the value itself. And since it is even number aligned, spaces may be added before and after the string. And since VR is determined by tags, it seems redundant to me that you have to go through this step. Data arranged in step 1 is actually converted to binary, and using the encoding method called the transfer syntax. Although transfer syntax is not important in today's talk, I would like to introduce it because it is a good example of how DAY1 has more or less lost its way over the long history. The transfer syntax is specified in the meta information block early in the DAY1 document. The transfer syntax has an option to specify the Indian VR or not. The little Indian format that explicitly specifies VR is called explicit little. On the other hand, the little Indian format that doesn't explicitly specify VR is called implicit little. And DAY1 must handle implicit little too. However, the meta information part where the transfer syntax is written is supposed to be written in explicit little. For big Indian, specify explicit big, but there is no implicit big where the VR is not specified. The specifications are not orthogonal. But there are other transfer syntaxes beside these, but for some reason they are explicit little with image compression methods added, so it's quite chaotic. I thought they were information to specify Indian and the presence or absence of VR, but it seems that the developer changed their mind in the way. This is a CT data of my father's. At the beginning, there is a 128-byte area that applications can use freely. And the 4 letters DICM, this is the matching number that indicates this is a DAY1 file. And what follows is a list of attributes. The first attribute is T20. This is the attribute that indicates the length of the entire meta information block. VR is UL, and the data length is 4 bytes in unsigned long, and the data written here is B0 byte, 176 bytes. And this is the area for 20, and this shows the whole size of meta information block. And if you follow, you can find 20 to 10, and this is the transfer syntax, and VR is UI. And this is explicit little. And then further down, you can find 85. This is the main topic for today. And this is the declaration of the character set used in this document. And in addition to the default character set, it will use ISO 2022 and IR87 and IR13. The default character set is IR6, which is ASCII. And this shows that the document uses ASCII as a default and also kanji and kana. DICOM documents have mechanisms of handling various character sets. They are broadly divided into two categories. The first is that there is only one character set in the document, no extensions. So it is similar to Ruby's strings. There are only ASCIIs, only Latin 1, and so forth. And the other one is a bit tricky. It has an extension that can handle multiple character sets. This is often the case of Japanese documents, and this is based upon 2022 technology. So important point so far is that DICOM has a long history and it still survives. And I think because it placed importance on compatibility across generations, it has been able to absorb various trends, and this is how it has accommodated characters of various countries around the world, and it has ended up reaching for 2022. Now, 2022. This is quite boring for you, but please bear with me. 2022 is for multi-character sets encoding system. A character set is a collection of available characters, and 2022 is a technique to neatly store multiple character sets in one string. And this is different from Unicode. I will explain how it is done. First, let's go through various character code tables. This is ASCII 2. This is lined up vertically, and it only uses the left-hand side. And JIS X0201. This is something you can find on the old 8-bit personal computer alphanumerical table. The right-hand side contains katakana. If you look closely, you will see that some parts of the left-hand side are different from ASCII. Now, ISO 88591, Latin 1. The left half is ASCII, and on the right half, you have characters with diacritics. 88592. The same. So there are different tables, but one table alone was not enough. It is not possible to express the English Pokemon with half with the characters and macron on the E. So we need to combine multiple tables in a smart manner. So what was done is as follows. The table is divided into 4 areas. And CL, GL, CR, and GR, those are the 4 areas or 4 categories. And CL, CR are control characters, and GL and GR are printed characters. And the letters GL and GR can be swapped. So if you put ASCII in GL and right-hand side Latin 1 in GR, it becomes 88591 table, and there are 94 and 96 character sets. The table on the left is called 94 character set, excluding spaces and deletes. The table on the right is called 96 character sets. The 94 character set can be placed in either GL or GR. 96 character sets can only be placed in GR, and kanji is a 94 times 94 character sets. So how exchange can be done? 2-step operation in this case. Consider that there are 4 buffers Z0, 1, 2, 3 in front of GL and GR. And there are 2 operations. First is designate, which specifies the table to G1, for instance, and invoke or shift, which calls this buffer to GL or GR. By combining these 2 operations, we can handle various character sets. What do you mean by operations? There are 2 main operations. One is to declare the initial state, and the other is to embed commands in the string. By declaring the character code, the initial state of G0 to G3 or GL or GR is determined. When I say declaration, I don't mean doing it in the string, but rather agreeing between the 2 parties involved in the exchange, such as this string is EUC, JP, and so forth. And you can use the escape sequencing. The combined CL and CR and multiple characters can be placed in strings to designate or invoke. This is a 7. This is when the declaration is made. This is half with a scanner, and Here is what the Bunsan Ruby looks like when coded. The initial state is when ASCII is designated for G0 and G0 is invoked to GL. It starts with kanji character Bunsan. So we designate the kanji character in G0 and write a command to invoke G0 in GL. And 1 bit 2442 is the escape sequence. Next 4 bytes GL indicates Bunsan. To write Ruby, designate ASCII to G0 and write a command to invoke the G0 in GL. This is EUCJP. It is often thought that there is no state, but that is not the way to think about it. It starts with ASCII in G0 and kanji is 0 times 0208 in G1 and half with a katakana in G2 and kanji 0212 in G3 and G0 in GL and G1 in GR. That is the starting state. So it is because of this initial state that it seems like there is no space sequence converting to kanji.
But if we want to just use Bunsan Ruby with the katakana is ongoing, then first the kanji Bunsan is written GR using 4 bytes, and the singular shift command is used. And the singular shift command means invoke a character from another table for the next character only, then revert to the original state. And 889 represents a half with Lu, but HE is not part of GR, but part of GR, and it signals the shift. It signals a single shift command. And 0212, that's is probably 3 byte. And then just the ordinary, just invoke that. It's called the looking shift. Then, well, I think you may feel that now the operation is going on. But here, this byte sequence, GL, GR, and G0, G3, it may look like a program, and then perhaps it may be possible to implement. Then I'm just coming to the talk. So far, that is about the 2022 story, but there is some limitation of a function in diagram, and no single shift, and only locking shift. And the G0 is just the GL, and the G1 is automatically invoked to GR. So G0 operation that can be thought of as the GL operations, and G2 and the G3 are not used. So that means you only need to focus on GL and the GR. And also about the 8.5, well, the declaration of initialization. Well, the story just to continue along. So, and we're just close to the end of the story of specifications. And here, this is today's goal. Well, actually, we want to create something that takes DICOM's binary strings, split them by character set, and convert them into Ruby strings with appropriate encoding. And then come back to 8 and 5. 8.5, that attribute, that is whether DICOM document declare the character set and it uses or it's a default character set. And then the name starts with the ISO 2022IR. It indicates the use of a 2022 extension. And today's discussion focused on this 2022 extension. If there is no extension, the document only uses one character set, which corresponds directly to a Ruby encoding. And a 2022 extension. And the 2022 extension allows multiple character set to be specified in 8 and 5. And then the first example is IR13 and IR87. The default is 13, and that means the documents start with ASCII 2 and the katakana invoked. So that means kanji is going to be used as well. And then the ASCII is used as well. And this essential says that the default is ASCII, but IR87 kanji and IR13 katakana are also used. And for each character set, the escape sequence that is set, and then the here this is a default character set, and that determines the initial state of the G0 and the G1. And if the start or the beginning is 13, then G0 is set to GX0201 Roman letters. And so, do you understand what I've been talking about? That is about the specifications. Well, anyway, this is a little bit different from Ruby encoding. That means that GL and GR can be set independently. And then what to do with this one? Here, this is another example featuring Yamada Taro, which appears in a DAY1 specification. If you stare at it for a while, you'll start to figure out what to do. Well, escape sequence and the GL and the GR segment, and then just use this regular expression to segment the string into these things. And then the regular expression, you can process these segments separately, and this could be implemented using regex and the scan method. It seems achievable, right? Actually, I did it. But actually, context. So the converter that is created, and then actually conversion is made, then you can just get returned for a segment of the strings that is a Pokemon. And then what is the how is the encoding of there? It means ASCII and 88591, and then another one, some semi, just with this katakana as well. And then, so it's getting like Ruby. So let's to just go through the implementation. So, and so first let me talk about the components. The element object corresponds to the escape sequence, and it holds the information about whether it's for GL or GR, and the corresponding Ruby encoding as well. And then the string coding according to the Ruby encoding, so that is the major job. And then the conversion, I don't know how many, but there are some 20 lines just here. And here at the beginning, the initial status and others, that is related to the graphic and the variables, and the GL and the GR, the text status of GL and GR, and the default encoding instance variable holds the element object that define the default encoding. And then hash. Yeah, this is the main loop. Just using the scan method. Using scan method, the regular expression divides the string into segment for processing. And here, how to create this regular expression, I would like to just explain later. And then here, when you look at the just the start of the each segment, you can tell whether it's an escape sequence, CR, GL, or GR. So this is why the code ends up with a case statement. And then in the case of escape sequence, corresponding element from the graphic variable that is used to set the converter for GL or GR. So if escape sequence comes, and then that is just state the status of GL and GR. And GL, the graphic GL element, actually the element set in GL within graphic that is used to encode the segment. And then for a GL segment, similarly, the element set in GR is used for encoding. So that's all. And then how to prepare the regular expression, I'm going to explain that a little bit. Well, context creation, and that is from 8 and 5, and the pass chasset method that is used, and split the value into an array of character set names. And then if the character set that is only one, then that means a rather simple conversion without extension. So I would like to just skip that. And this is more complicated one. Character set. So from the name of the character set and the element and the hash. So an element are collected from the names, characters and names, and then allow encoding that is very prepared. That is a kind of a collection of escape element, and then allow encoding the hash mapping escape sequence to the corresponding element. And then keys. The keys of allow encoding could contain all the escape sequences allowed for this document. So these escape sequences combined with the regular expression for CR, GL, and the GR are joined with or just to form at reg. So you can create a segment. And the character set. Here, this is something like that. That means the element is generated with the target escape sequence and the Ruby encoding, and the GL and GR and escape sequence and Ruby encoding. Actually, the element generated with these kind of things. And the ASCII element, actually, that comes oftentimes, and that is just created first. When you look at that 100, here the name, that is a key, and then a value is the just element sequence. ASCII element, and then another one that can be used. And then you can write, but something's wrong or uncomfortable. 87 and the 159, actually the kanji and then supporting kanji. Segment is the GL, but no Ruby encoding using this one as it is. So it's decided to just shift this to GR and treat it as a EUC, and this is a GR side. So that shift this to GR, and the kanji is on this side, and 2022 kanji in order to just process this one. Similarly, that is shifted to GR and then just handled as a EUC JP. And this particular element is just a shift from GL before using a Ruby encoding this one, this kind of a strange module that is here. And then when you look at the content, what it says, that is 8-bit or 80. So this is a summary. So actually using the Ruby, I can just read DICOM multiple character sets, and then GL and GR that can be just used independently. And however, the conversion result that is not so successful, and then it may look like a string. Actually, the wrapper are looking like a string that may be necessary. And then there is some just a previous one available, and the DICOM and the conversion to just a DICOM. Actually, that is not yet just output. And then it is possible to convert to UTF-8. And here, this is the summary. DICOM and ISO IEC 2022. I just introduced these kind of things a little bit and then try to read a multiple character set using Ruby. And this is a kind of familiar issue, and it is fun to just try to solve these kind of problems. So that's all from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now we'd like to open the floor for questions. We can accept just one question. Because of the time limitation, please raise your hand if you have a question. Please, I see a hand. Thank you very much for the talk. I might be deviating from your topic, but CT image, medical images, the file size is really big, like tens of megabytes. So after reading the whole image, then you applied regular expression, then the memory capacity may not be enough. Is there any problem like this? One file was too big. The whole one file is only for one image. In that case, that is not so huge. And also image comes at the very end. So the first half, you can read up until the end of the first half. So you don't need to pass everything in the very beginning. Before you hit the image, you stop passing. Did I answer your question? I see. So you need to target a certain area and then confirm. It depends upon the application, but if you know from the CT image and if there are no meanings to the pixel, before the pixels are hit, you can stop reading. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You may have some more questions, but why don't you just reach the presenter later? Well, thank you very much. And could you please just give another round of a big applause to Mr. Seki? Thank you. Thank you very much. So that's all about today's program. Well, thank you very much for participating in this meeting to the end. And then we are going to have a reception later. And then please just keep the ticket and just come to the first floor's exhibition hall by 6:30 p.m. And tomorrow's program in the same venue, we are going to just start tomorrow's session at 10:25 a.m. Thank you very much. And I would like to remind you to just return the translation receiver at the reception desk. And if you use our parking lot, why don't you please just come to the exhibition hall to just get a ticket to just use the parking lot free of charge. Anyway, thank you very much. That's all today. Thank you.